Chapter 12:36. The two former leaders of the powerful Greek states looked at each other for a moment and sighed at the same time. At this moment they heard voices around them. "Hey, let me tell you, I know that lame old man. He's the king of Sparta, Agesilaus. I saw him with my own eyes when I was doing business in Corinth more than 10 years ago. I know the man who's talking to him, too. He's the chief general of Athens, Callistratus." "That's nothing. I saw the military chief of the Piotia alliance, Epaminondas. Why do you think the leaders of these Greek city-states suddenly came to Phyllis? You still don't know? We, Dionia, informed the leaders of the Greek city-states to attend the official establishment ceremony of the new Greek alliance in Larissa, and they came." "We, Dionia? Humph, Euchris, you traitor, Dionia is the invader, but you're willing to be their lackey. Isn't it good for Dionia to rule Thessaly? The taxes are obviously reduced, but the port trade is obviously enhanced, and our income has increased. Lackey? Humph, aren't you enjoying the same benefits? How dare you say this? If you're so capable, leave Thessaly, which is ruled by Dionia." "I'm from Phyllis, why should I leave?" "I say, Euchris, there's another advantage for Dionia to rule Thessaly. You didn't mention that the people in the south used to regard us as barbarians, but now, with just a word from Dionia, their noble generals have to come here obediently. Let's see who dares to look down on us, the people of Thessaly." "That's right, even the king of Dionia is a person of Thessaly. Now those Peleus people are arrogant, and it's said that they want to raise funds to build a luxurious cemetery for the deceased parents of the king of Dionia." "That's right. Even the people of Larissa have become arrogant when talking to us. Who asked the governor of Thessaly appointed by Dionia to be from Larissa? How dare they change the center of Thessaly to Larissa?" "That's not Governor Thessaly, but Regional Administrator Thessaly. I don't think there's any difference. It's not much different from Artarchus, except that there's a king on top of it. Sigh, why isn't there anyone from Phylai among the ministers of the kingdom of Dionia? Otherwise, they could have taken more care of us." The argument between Callistratus and Agesilaus had attracted the curiosity and heated discussions of the people of Phylai. They did not care about their identities at all. The two of them didn't dare to stay any longer. Supported by his entourage, Agesilaus quickened his pace and only heaved a sigh of relief when they entered the hotel. The entourage went out to check in. Callistratus, who was resting at the side, could not help but say, "I didn't expect the Devers to be Thessaly's people. I've known that for a long time." Back then, the Sparta general who led them back from Persia even proposed to the Elder Council to invite the Devers to serve Sparta, but the Elder Council rejected it. "Now that I think about it, I regret it." Agesilaus looked upset. "Even if the Elder Council agreed, I'm afraid the Devers would reject it," Caprias interrupted. Who knows, he was still young at that time. Agesilaus still could not forget about it. No wonder the people of Dionia could conquer Thessaly so quickly. Callistratus said with a complicated expression, "It seems that the alliance ceremony was held in Larissa this time because Dionia wanted to show their strength to the people of Thessaly." "There's no doubt about it," Agesilaus sighed. Although he could no longer lead the army into battle, the strategic vision that he had honed for decades on the battlefield was still there. Thessaly has fertile plains, a large population, strong cavalry and light infantry. Iazon was already scary enough. Now that Dionia is in control, it's like a huge rock is pressing down on our heads. If the city-states make any moves, Dionia doesn't even need to send troops from Italy. Thessaly's army can quickly move south, pass through Hot Spring Pass, and enter the heart of Greece. Sigh, Dionia is getting stronger and stronger. The Greek city-states have no chance of resisting Dionia. The three of them fell into silence. Finally, Caprias could not help but whisper, "There's also Persia." This was a sensitive topic. Callistratus immediately changed the topic. "King Agesilaus." Agesilaus interrupted him, I forgot to remind you just now. Sparta no longer has a king. From now on, just call me by my name." Callistratus was shocked. He looked at Callistratus and immediately asked with concern, "Agesilaus, can you tell me what's the situation in Sparta now?" Agesilaus was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "I think you will know soon. Now, the people of Sparta are like the people of Athens. They are all trying their best to survive." Could he tell the people of Athens that after Dionia conquered Sparta, they liberated the Helaoches and made the Helaoches and Pariasi citizens of the new Sparta, and took away the land that should have belonged to the people of Sparta? Could he tell the people of Athens that when the Greek allied forces entered Peloponnesus and the main Dionysian army was defending in the north of Messenia, the Sparta warriors attempted to rebel, and if he did not do his best to dissuade them, they would have had to fight against the Helaoches and Pariasi soldiers, and the result would have been unimaginable? Could he tell the people of Athens that when the news of the Greek allied forces being defeated and Athens surrendering reached Sparta, the people of Sparta were in despair, and a few of them even chose to commit suicide, while he and Xenophon got drunk and cried on each other's shoulders? Could he tell the people of Athens that this time, after receiving the notice from the people of Dionia, the new Sparta government sent not only him, but also the messengers of Helaoches and Pariasi, a total of 3 messengers, and that he was ashamed to be with the 2 of them, so he deliberately set off later to Philai? No. Agesilaus only had one belief in his heart: as long as he was alive, he would always silently shoulder the burden of the survival of the people of Sparta. Callistratus and Callistratus watched the old Agesilaus being helped up the stairs by his entourage, and their hearts were filled with an indescribable heaviness. The next day, after the messengers from Athens had breakfast, they left the city with Agesilaus and went to Larissa. Along the way, they met many messengers from the Greek city-states, of course, including the Thebes that they hated. Now, these messengers no longer had to look at the eyes of the former powerful states of Athens and Sparta. They walked together according to the interests of their respective city-states. For example, the messengers from Phocis and Locris were together, the messengers from Thebes and other Piotia were together, the messengers from Elis and the messengers from Achaia were together, the messengers from Mandinia and the other 2 messengers from New Sparta and the messengers from Messenia were together, although Messenia was now controlled by Dionia. Out of consideration for the future, Dionia still let the Messenian council send messengers to participate in this ceremony as an independent force. Corinth, Argos, and the messengers from Megara were together, the messengers from Euboea and some messengers from the Ionian city-states were together, and some messengers from Ionia took the initiative to approach Agesilaus and the others. The messengers from the Crete city-states also took the initiative to approach Agesilaus. Some of them were happy, some were excited, some were silent, and some were worried. However, the ones who were most worried were the messengers from the Arcadia Union. They first allied with Dionia and then chose to betray it. It was rumored that Dionia hates betrayers the most and will punish them severely, so no messengers from the other city-states were willing to get close to these unlucky fellows. Although the messengers from the various city-states gathered here and there, they formed a long queue on the road to Larissa, which was undoubtedly quite eye-catching. Many people from Thessaly who witnessed this scene spread the news that Dionia has ordered the Greek city-states to come to Larissa for a meeting. The messengers also passed by the new barracks that Dionia was building. When they saw more than 20,000 Dionysian army training, they were secretly alarmed. After the surrender of Athens, more than 100,000 troops and thousands of warships from Dionia returned to the western Mediterranean one after another, leaving only 3 legions stationed in Thessaly. The first reason was to continue to stabilize the order in Thessaly and strengthen the rule of Dionia here. The second reason was to prevent the invasion of the surrounding indigenous forces. Of course, in the plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs, these regular legions would be replaced by the re-established Border Legion after a few months. With the development of military training in the Thessaly area and the establishment of its own legion, Thessaly would have sufficient defense capabilities. The barracks that the Greek messengers saw was only one of the ones built by the Dionia soldiers in Thessaly. After all, Thessaly was vast. Whether it was for the needs of military training or security defense, one barracks could not meet the requirement. Therefore, another barracks was also being built in the southern plains of Thessaly near the edge of the mountains. This way, it could ensure that the southern towns such as Pharsalus and Arcadia, as well as the citizens of Lamia in the south of the mountains, could participate in the military training in a timely manner. The barracks that Iazon originally built outside the city of Philae was located in the northeast corner of Thessaly's territory. Its location was too remote, so it was abandoned. The messengers entered the city of Larissa one after another, each carrying out their own diplomatic mediation. The ones in charge of this alliance ceremony were the Prince of Dionia, Clodocatax, and the regional governor of Thessaly, Helos. Both of them showed a positive attitude, received the messengers, and listened carefully to their opinions. Note: in history, the rebellion in Asia Minor was a major event in the later period of Artaxerxes' reign. The rebellion lasted for several years, greatly weakening the national strength of Persia. At the time of the rebellion, the army of Persia was attacking Egypt, which caused Artaxerxes' plan to recover Egypt to fall short of success. At that time, in order to resist the attack of the army of Persia, the pharaoh of Egypt hired many Greek soldiers. After the defeat in the Battle of Leuctra, Agesilaus, in order to raise funds and build an army to fight against the Thebes, which had become stronger, accepted the invitation of Egypt at the age of 70 and became the main leader of the Greek mercenaries. However, because he was not put in an important position, he turned to support the rebels in Egypt and drove out the original pharaoh. Due to the internal struggle in Egypt, the plan of Egypt to counterattack Persia and support the rebellion in Asia Minor was cancelled. This gave Artaxerxes a buffer, and finally, the rebellion in Asia Minor was quelled. Chapter 12:37. On the 5th of January, the new Hellenic Alliance Conference was held. It was chaired by Clodocatax and assisted by Helos. Nearly 200 city ambassadors attended the conference. Even though the framework of the alliance had been established, the ambassadors still had a heated debate over some of the smaller details. On the 11th of January, the final agreement was finalized. The main contents of the agreement were as follows. First of all, the first clause was that Dionia, Athens, Sparta, Thebes, Argos, all the Greek cities voluntarily formed the new Hellenic alliance and voluntarily elected Dionia as the permanent leader of the alliance. After the establishment of the new Hellenic Alliance Conference, each city would recommend one of its citizens to become a member of the alliance. The change would take place every 3 years, but the member of Dionia would always be the chairman of the alliance. Members of the alliance were not allowed to wage war against each other. Otherwise, the alliance would form an army under the leadership of Dionia to suppress the initiator of the war. Any conflict between members of the alliance would be reported to the alliance conference. Dionia would form an investigation team to discuss and resolve the conflict. If a member of the alliance was invaded by an enemy, the alliance would form an army under the leadership of Dionia to repel the enemy and ensure the safety of the members of the alliance. If a member of the alliance wanted to wage war against an enemy, they could make a request to the alliance conference. If the alliance passed the request, help would be provided. If the request was not passed, the alliance would not ensure the safety of the territory. Furthermore, Dionia had a veto. If other cities wanted to join the alliance, they would have to obtain the consent of the alliance conference. However, Dionia had a veto. In addition, under Dionia's deterrence and strong insistence, the new Hellenic alliance also confirmed the areas of influence of the main members of the alliance. Recognizing Athens as the entire Attica Peninsula, including Ina and Salamis Island. Recognizing Sparta as Lagania, including Caesarea Island. Due to Argos' timely surrender at the end of the Greek War and actively sending troops to assist the Dionysian army, Dionia returned Tisha, which Sparta had occupied for hundreds of years, to Argos. At that time, Sparta was still worried about their own fate and did not have the heart to object. Affirm that Thebes will establish the Piosa alliance, which will be led by Thebes. This alliance will include the entire Piosa region, including Oropus. Thebes was the only Greek state that did not oppose Dionia during the Greek War, and supported Dionia in the later stages of the war, which led to the quicker arrival of victory. Of course, Dionia had to repay the alliance conference by fully satisfying the dreams of Pelopidas, Epaminondas, and other leaders of Thebes. However, regarding the assignment of Oropus to Thebes, the emissaries of Athens, led by Callistratus, strongly opposed it. They believed that Oropus had always been close to Athens and viewed Thebes as an enemy. Oropus had always been considered a part of Attica and should be assigned to Attica instead of Piotia. As Pelopidas also strongly argued, this issue was debated endlessly during the negotiation process. In the end, Clotocatax mediated. He proposed that Ina, which was occupied by Dionia, should be returned to Athens, while Oropus should be assigned to the Piotia alliance. Ina was obviously more important to Athens than Oropus. Callistratus finally agreed, and Pelopidas' wish was fulfilled. For Dionia, since Athens had become an ally, it was natural for Ina to be returned to Athens. This was killing two birds with one stone. Mandinia established the Arcadia Union with Mandinia as the leader, and the former territory of Tegea belonging to Mandinia. This was the biggest reward that Clotocatax gave to Mandinia, who had always firmly supported Dionia in the war, and also fulfilled his previous promise. Helos even threatened the other Arcadia states that opposed this issue, saying, "If they don't agree, then Dionia will come and settle the score with them for betraying Dionia in the war. Tegea will be their example." The emissaries of the Arcadia states did not dare to oppose in the end, confirming that Olympia was under the jurisdiction of Ares, but Ares had no right to stop the people of the Arcadia Union from worshipping Zeus, or to cancel their right to participate in the games. It could be said that Ares was able to regain control of Olympia in the end thanks to the pleading of Ionicus and other former Ares citizens who had joined Messenia. When Clotocatax sent troops to surround Olympia to threaten its priests, the Ares fully cooperated. On the 12th of January, the emissaries of the Arcadia states signed the treaty one after another. Then, a famous Greek engraver engraved the treaty and the signatures on a 3-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide bronze pillar. Then, the emissaries of the Arcadia states would face the engraved bronze pillar and solemnly swear in the name of the 12 Greek gods that their states would abide by the treaty and would never betray it. Finally, the sacred bronze pillar would be transported to Turin and erected in front of the gate of the Arcadia Union that was being built. On the 1st of March, a grand triumphant ceremony was held in Turin, the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. When the news of the conquest of Greece spread to the territory of Dionia, the people of Greek descent were overjoyed. Most of them were either refugees from the eastern Mediterranean or descendants of immigrants from the Arcadia Union. Even though the country was rich and powerful, there was still a trace of inferiority in their hearts. Now that the Arcadia states that they had once regarded as their mother state had bowed down to Dionia, they could not help but feel proud. They scattered flowers, sang, and danced to welcome the soldiers who had been waiting for this triumphant ceremony for months. On the platform in front of the Grand Council Hall, the Devers were as overjoyed as the people. Especially when they saw their son striding up, their eyes never stopped looking at him. When Clotocatax came up to him, he gave a military salute with great force and shouted in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, the commander of the Greek expeditionary force, Clotocatax, salutes you." At that moment, Hades Daphis, who had weathered countless storms and been in power for more than 20 years, actually felt a little excited. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Child, you've lost a lot of weight, but you look even more spirited. You have done well. You have not let me down. His father's kind words melted away the perseverance that Clodocatax had trained for more than half a year. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he said softly with guilt, "Father, please forgive me. I did not take good care of my brother." The Devers comforted him softly. "It is not your fault. Your mother and I do not blame you. Cynthia and Adui do not blame you either. When the triumphant ceremony is over, we will go home together and worship in front of Adoras's grave." He patted Clodocatax's shoulder hard, handed the golden scepter to him, and said encouragingly, "But now you have to cheer up and celebrate with the people of the kingdom this great victory that was exchanged with the blood of countless soldiers." Clodocatax nodded and tried to squeeze out a smile. Together with the Devers, he turned to face the thousands of soldiers and people in the square, and raised the scepter in his hand high. The cheers were like a surging tide, wave after wave. A month later, the Devers appointed Clodocatax as the governor of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. He would handle the national affairs together with 6 assistant ministers. In the territory of Attica in Athens, there was a mountain called Mount Aegaleus. To the east of the mountain was the city of Athens, and to the west of the mountain was a small town called Cilicia. Because of the high-quality pottery on the nearby river bank, the town was famous for its pottery industry. There were many pottery houses and kilns in the town. Every day, countless pillars of smoke would rise from here, day and night. The whole town was shrouded in smoke and dust. When outsiders saw this, they would often worry about the town's residents. Every time this happened, the people of Athens would calmly tell them that this was a good thing. This meant that the pottery industry in Athens would prosper. In fact, this was indeed the case. Even after the establishment of the new Hellenic Union and Dionia became the new overlord of Athens, the worries of the pottery merchants in Athens did not appear. Not only did the pottery industry in Athens not decline, but the orders were also much higher than before. Early in the morning, Hesklaus led a caravan from the suburbs of Athens to Cilicia. His pottery factory was located in a large house near the town's gate in the western part of the town. As soon as he entered the house, the foreman in charge of the pottery factory immediately reported to him that the last batch of pottery was about to come out of the kiln. He immediately rushed to the kiln. As soon as the kiln was opened, pieces of red-hot pottery were revealed in the scorching air filled with black ash. They were of various shapes, but they were all different from the traditional Athenian pottery. Everyone present was used to this because the pottery was custom-made by the buyer. The designs were also provided by the buyer, and the buyer was a Tulliai merchant. It must be noted that at the very beginning, when Hesklaus had given the new designs supplied by the buyers to the potters, who were in charge of making the prototypes and moldings, these skilled Athenian potters had refused to make them, considering them to be deviant and wild designs. Hesklaus fired one potter after another because of this. The collective boycott of the potters once put his fledgling pottery business in a desperate situation. But later, more than half of the pottery factories in Cilicia received orders from Dionia, and the price was so high that the potters, who had to eat and dress, finally chose to give in. While waiting for the temperature of the pottery to drop, Hesklaus went to the adjoining vase room, where he wished to express his gratitude and to pay handsomely to Onesimus, the painter, and his assistants, who had painted the designs for the work. Chapter 12:38. Why was the pottery of Athens so popular among the wealthy of Dionia? It was not only because of the unique and superior quality of the pottery with red drawings on a black background, but also because of the exquisite drawings on the pottery. Many outstanding painters from the Greek world were gathered in Athens. Almost all of them were engaged in vase painting. Onyximos was one of the best among them. He had won twice in the vase painting competition organized by the Pan-Athens Psi Society. Hesklaus had spent a lot of money to hire him. In the face of Hesklaus' compliment, Onyximos's reaction was not much different from the other people of Athens. "I hope the people of Dionia can fully appreciate the beauty of my works. This batch of pottery is too large. I'm a little tired and need to rest for a while. Looking at Onyximos, who was putting on an act, stretching and yawning, Hesklaus cursed in his heart. But on the surface, he went along with Onyximos. Yes, you really should have a good rest. Looks like I can only postpone this order for the time being. Why is there another order? Onyximos said impatiently. Wait until I'm well rested. In that case, I can only decline this order from the buyer because they are in a hurry, Hesklaus said in a seemingly unintentional manner. It's said that the royal family of Dionia personally ordered it. They want to display this batch of pottery in the palace and use it to entertain the VIPs from various countries during the sports meet, Hesklaus said in a seemingly casual manner. What did you say? The royal family of Dionia wants the goods? Onyximos suddenly asked in a serious tone. Yes, I can swear to Athens that it is the order of the royal family of Dionia. I think I can rest after this batch of pottery is completed. Onyximos immediately changed his words shamelessly. Although he looked down on the people of Dionia, he knew very well that the Holy Kingdom of Dionia was the overlord of the entire western Mediterranean Sea and the Greek world. The royal family of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia was very prestigious. If his works could be liked by the Supreme King of Dionia and used to entertain distinguished guests from other cities, he would definitely become famous throughout the Mediterranean Sea. One of the characteristics of the pottery in Athens was that the pottery had the signature of the potter and the vase painter. Hesklaus's lips curled into a mocking smile. All right, I'll arrange it now. Wait, what are the requirements for the vase paintings? It must be related to the divine codex of Hades. After all, the Dionia royal family are descendants of Hades. I understand. Get me a copy of the Hades codex as soon as possible, Onyximos said without hesitation. There was another reason why the people of Dionia liked the pottery in Athens. It was because the vase paintings in Athens were not like those in other cities, which mostly depicted still life. Their vase paintings were narratives, wars, legends of heroes, gods, and so on. They often had a solemn and stirring sense of epic. This might have something to do with the people of Athens' fondness for drama. Most of the requests that the people of Dionia made to the potters in Athens were related to the wars during the rise of the kingdom of Dionia, the miracles of the Hades, and the great deeds of the king of the Devers. The vase painters could only comply with the demands of their parent. Later on, a clever person even opened a bookstore in the town of Thasia, which specialized in selling books related to the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. The Long March by Xenophon, the History of Magna Graecia by Ansitanos, the War of the Western Mediterranean by Henipolis, the Chronicle of Northern Italy, adapted from the information Ansitanos found in the forbidden area of the Turiae Library by Maximus, the clerk of the kingdom's Ministry of Intelligence, and the Etruscan Codex, and of course, the Hades Codex. This made Thasia the only place in Greece other than Messenia, New Sparta, and Thessaly that openly sold the Hades Codex. Be careful. Be careful. If one of them is broken, you will lose 3 months of salary. The foreman kept reminding the slaves who were carrying the pottery. Pieces of exquisite pottery were put into wooden boxes covered with straw and thick wool. Before leaving, Hesklaus repeatedly told the foreman to start the production of the next batch of pottery as soon as possible, but he must strive for perfection and not make any mistakes. There was a port not far from Thasia, which specialized in the transportation and export of pottery, but Hesklaus still transported the pottery back to his house in the suburbs of Athens first. Although it was his house, it was actually a long-term rental, because Hesklaus was a foreigner and had no right to buy real estate in Athens. If it was 4 years ago, Hesklaus would not have the courage to settle down in Athens and do business, because he was a small merchant from Thessaly, which was once regarded as a barbarian land by the people of Athens. However, Thessaly became a region of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, and the Thessaly people became citizens of Dionia. Hesklaus was fortunate enough to know a Turiae merchant, and with his help and support, he moved his family to Athens to engage in the pottery industry. Athens was an open city-state, and there were a large number of foreigners in various industries, but most of them were of low status. Although the citizens of Athens hated Hesklaus's identity, his identity as a citizen of Dionia ensured that the judge would not be too partial to the locals when he was in trouble. Of course, he also had to abide by the laws of Athens. In addition to paying a certain amount of taxes and the occasional public donation, as a foreign merchant, he also had to pay a small market tax that the citizens of Athens were exempted from. Of course, these fees were only a drop in the bucket compared to the profits he earned. The most reassuring thing was that because of his identity, he would not be recruited by the government of Athens as a heavy infantry. Of course, since the establishment of the new Greek Union, there had been no more wars in Greece, and the days of fear for the people had passed. Now, Hesklaus had no desire to return to Thessaly, and preferred to stay in Athens, which was full of business. In the evening, Hesklaus held a banquet at his home and invited several Thessaly merchants who were doing business in Athens like him. Everyone sat at the banquet, eating delicious food, drinking wine, and talking about the great changes that Dionia had brought to Thessaly over the past few years. Not to mention anything else, the format of their banquet had changed greatly. It was no longer like a traditional Greek banquet, where each guest had a bed, and they could eat, drink, and talk while lying down. Instead, they sat on wooden chairs with their own dining table in front of them. This was due to the increasing interaction between Dionia and Thessaly, as well as the migration of some native Dionia citizens to the Thessaly plains. The people of Thessaly originally had a sense of inferiority when compared to the native Greece in the south. Now that they had become citizens of Dionia, although this sense of inferiority was gradually disappearing, another sense of inferiority was quietly growing, and that was when they were facing the native citizens of Dionia. Therefore, the people of Thessaly, who had close contact with the native Dionia, had been trying their best to learn. For example, the merchants had been trying their best to imitate their customs in order to shorten the distance between them and the native Dionia. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively, and everyone drank a little too much. Hesklaus even called his eldest son, Lilias, and drunkenly told him that he would take him on a boat to Thurii the next day. The 9-year-old boy was so excited that he did not sleep well that night. In the end, the next morning, Hesklaus, who had woken up from his drunken stupor, could not remember anything. Lilias cried and threw a tantrum. Finally, under the persuasion of his wife, Hesklaus had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. After breakfast, he brought his son and led the pack to the port of Piraeus. Piraeus was the largest trading port in the eastern Mediterranean. Every day, thousands of cargo ships entered and left the port. It was unusually prosperous. Hesklaus came to a remote dock. Although it was still early, the dock was already full of cargo ships. The ground was filled with all kinds of goods, and countless dock laborers and slaves were busy moving goods onto the ships. Fortunately, at the banquet last night, a few Thessaly merchants had agreed to set off for Thurii today. They had already booked the cargo ships and found the laborers. The port of Piraeus had a rule that no one who did not belong to the port was allowed to enter the dock to avoid disrupting the order of the dock and causing losses. Hesklaus hurriedly asked the laborers to carefully move the wooden boxes of pottery to the dock's warehouse one by one. Then, the laborers' foreman brought him into the warehouse. In the middle of this huge room, which was also filled with goods, was the office of the port officials of Athens. After confirming the type and quantity of goods that Hesklaus wanted to ship out of Athens, they asked Hesklaus to register and sign. Then, after calculating the value of the goods according to the market price, they asked him to immediately pay a 1/10 tax on the exported goods. According to the rule of Athens, no matter if it was exported or imported goods, they had to pay 1/10 tax. It was simple, crude, and convenient. However, the tax was too high, which naturally led to the high selling price of the goods. If the goods were not sold well, the owner would face losses. Hesklaus brought a large amount of silver Hades coins with him. The coins of Dionia, since the establishment of the new Hellenic Union, were highly sought after in Greece due to their high silver content and exquisite workmanship. As for the silver owl coins of Athens, due to the depletion of the Laurion silver mine and the large consumption of the national treasury over the years, the silver content of the coins had dropped again and again. They were no longer as popular as before. Even many people of Athens preferred to use the silver Hades coins. He immediately delivered the coins as requested. There was also a set of official measuring tools in the office. The clerks carefully examined the coins. After confirming that there were no errors, Hesklaus' cargo ship was allowed to leave the port. By the time all the goods were loaded onto the ship and it left the dock, it was almost noon. Hesklaus and the others boarded the largest cargo ship. After the entire fleet left Serone's Bay, the wind happened to turn south. The fleet, which had raised its sails, sped along as if it had grown wings. Hesklaus and the other merchants were delighted. With the help of the sea breeze, the fleet could reach Thurii earlier. Chapter 1239. However, the helmsman and lookout of every cargo ship maintained a high level of concentration. It could even be said that they were a little nervous. This was because ever since the establishment of the new Hellenic Union, the route from Serone's Bay to Thurii had become much busier and more lively than before. With such a fast speed, they had to be extra careful to prevent collisions. Similar accidents happened on this route every year. Just as Hesklaus and the rest were enjoying the sea breeze and the view of the sea, there was a sudden sound of quack, quack, quack. That sounds like a duck quacking? Someone looked around, puzzled. Hesklaus suddenly understood and shouted, "Lilias, did you bring your duck to the ship?" After a while, Lilias crawled out of the cabin, hugging a white duck tightly with both hands. He said timidly, "Daddy, I want Quack to accompany me to Thurii." Hesklaus roared angrily, "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" All right. His good friend beside him advised, "It's just a duck. If the child likes it, let him bring it along. Who knows, when we've finished all our food, this duck might even help us catch fish in the sea to eat." Ha ha ha! Amidst the laughter, Lilias escaped a round of beating and scolding. The little white duck had instead become a source of entertainment for the crew during the voyage. Even when night fell, the fleet was still sailing. This was because they had brought along enough food and water, and were not in a hurry to go ashore to replenish their supplies. Moreover, ever since Dionia had taken control of the Greek mainland, they had taken many measures to strengthen the trade between the mainland of Greece and Dionia. One of the most important measures was to ensure the convenience of the sea route. For example, the entire route was subdivided into more than 10 regions, with supply points set up at regular intervals along the coast of each region. In each region, there must be warships patrolling day and night to combat pirates or search for shipwrecked crew members. In each region, the coastal towns or city-states must expand and improve their own ports, especially the construction of lighthouses. Therefore, even when sailing at night, the safety was greatly improved. Even a novice sailor would not be too nervous, because they would be greeted by patrol ships from time to time and would see lighthouses on the distant coast. Then, according to the Dionia Greece nautical chart in their hands, the Ministry of Commerce of Dionia, under the instructions of the Devers, hired some crew members who traveled between the eastern and western Mediterranean, and at the same time, invited the Ministry of Military Affairs to send cartographic experts. After countless explorations and corrections, they finally drew a relatively detailed nautical chart, which was then sold to the public. It was very popular among merchants and crew members, and the supply could not meet the demand, and they could roughly determine their location and whether there were any hidden reefs around them. Even if the ship was suddenly damaged or there was a lack of food and water, they could follow the instructions of the lighthouse and the map to try their best to reach the nearest supply point or port. Therefore, Hesklaus's fleet sailed day and night, bypassing the entire Peloponnesus peninsula without stopping to rest. It only took them 2 days to reach Kakira Island. After the Greek War, Dionia withdrew from some islands, such as Zakynthos, Kephallonia, Kizira, Ina, and so on. However, there was only one island that they did not give up, and that was Kakira Island. This small island was repeatedly fought over by Athens and Sparta during the War of the Thebes. Its people were already extremely afraid of war. Under the temptation of some people, they volunteered to join Dionia. Of course, the Devers were more than happy to do so. Today, Kakira Island not only had a number of well-equipped ports, but also a military port belonging to the First Fleet. Hundreds of warships were permanently docked there, and there were 2,000 fleet infantrymen stationed there. Kakira Island had become the first bridge for the Kingdom of Dionia to control the mainland of Greece. For the Greek merchants, it was the last rest stop to the mainland of Dionia. The people living on Kakira Island also benefited a lot from this. The crew took a short rest on Kakira Island, then continued to sail westward, across the Adriatic Sea, and into the Gulf of Turii. A few years ago, someone in the Senate suggested, how can this bay in southern Italy be named after a municipality under the kingdom? This often puzzles foreigners who come to the kingdom for the first time. This bay must be named after the capital of the kingdom, Turii, in order to show its importance and the majesty of the kingdom. The proposal was quickly passed, and the Gulf of Taranto was renamed. In the early morning of the 4th day after departing from the port of Piraeus, the fleet of Hesklaus had arrived at the coast of Turii. Lirias had lived in Athens for several years, and he had always thought that the bustling port of Piraeus was the largest port in the world. But when he looked at the coast of Turii from the ship, he was stunned because he could not see the coast at all. From the south to the north, all he could see were ships. The densely packed masts had turned the coast of Turii into a lush forest. It turned out that after Dionia conquered Greece, although Greece was small and had a small population, most of these cities, large and small, relied on sea trade for a living. Therefore, the sea trade of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia suddenly increased several times. This was especially true for the capital of Turii. The capacity of the port was already a little tight, and now it was even more inadequate. After obtaining the consent of the king's Devers, the Ministry of Commerce seized every opportunity to build new ports in the entire Turii region, from the coast of Amendolara to the coast of Castellon. Then, the Ministry of Commerce named all the ports in the Turii region with serial numbers, and categorized all the goods imported and exported. Each category of goods corresponded to a port number. This greatly improved the efficiency of management and avoided confusion. At the same time, the Ministry of Construction Supervision also seized the time to gather a large number of laborers and craftsmen to build 2 stone bridges across the Krati River to ensure smooth traffic between the north and the south. Because Hesklaus and the other merchants of Thessaly were selling different goods, they waved goodbye and each took their merchant ships loaded with goods to the corresponding port. Port number 5, where the potteries were loaded and unloaded, was not far north of the Krati River. The reason for this arrangement was because the Ministry of Commerce considered that potteries were an indispensable commodity in the people's daily life. There was a high demand for potteries, and potteries were easily damaged. Therefore, the port was closer to the city to facilitate transportation. The cargo ship entered the port and docked at the dock. The laborers at the dock unloaded the goods and transported them to the warehouse. The foreman accompanied Hesklaus to the office in the warehouse. The process was similar to the one at the port of Piraeus, but what happened next was different. "Are you a citizen of Dionia or a foreigner?" the clerk asked. "A citizen of Dionia, from Thessaly Peleus," Hesklaus answered as he showed the iron token of Dionia that he carried with him to the clerk. The clerk looked at it carefully and asked, "Have you registered with the Ministry of Commerce to have the right to do business?" "Yes, this is my merchant certificate." Hesklaus took out another iron token that he carried with him. The clerk looked at it carefully again and asked, "Is this your first time doing business in Turii?" No, I've been here many times. I have a shop in the pottery market. In that case, I won't tell you about the things you should pay attention to when doing business in Turii, the clerk said seriously, but if you are found to be lying in the future as a citizen of Dionia, not only will you be severely punished, but you may also be deprived of your citizenship. Do you understand? Yes. Please confirm whether there is any mistake on the goods list. The clerk handed him a paper book. The open paper clearly stated the types and quantity of goods that Hesklaus carried, and the clerk's signature was at the end. After being inspired by the Devers, the craftsman, after countless experiments, finally created paper that could be used for writing. The Kristoia Chamber of Commerce produced and sold it in large quantities. Since then, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia no longer had to worry about the shortage of papyrus. After Hesklaus confirmed that there was no mistake, he also signed his name. Then he turned to the second paper and signed his name on the same content. The clerk stamped it, tore off one of the sheets, and handed it to Hesklaus. The whole port inspection was over. It was not like the port of Piraeus, where the total value of the imported goods was calculated repeatedly, and the merchants had to pay a 10% tax, and the quality of the silver coins was measured. It was very complicated. The dock laborers transported the goods to the port exit. After Hesklaus handed the goods list to the guard for inspection, he could leave the port. Since the pottery market was not far from the port, he did not let the dock laborers continue to transport the goods. He paid them on the spot. Then he sent someone to inform the staff in the shop to transport the pottery. Athens Pottery. This was the name of Hesklaus's pottery shop. It was simple and straightforward, but the customers understood it at a glance. Hesklaus was the first of the pottery merchants from Athens to set up shop in Turii. Before the Greek War, because of the trade boycott against Dionia by Athens and its maritime allies, no one from Athens did business in Dionia, and it was almost impossible for Dionia merchants to directly buy pottery from Athens. It was impossible for the later Athens merchants to set up shop in Turii with similar shop names, because the law of Dionia stipulated that the same kind of goods were not allowed to have duplicate shop names. It was said that some Athens merchants hated Hesklaus very much, thinking that the great name, Athens Pottery, had been desecrated by a Thessaly man. But no one dared to hurt him blatantly because he was a citizen of Dionia, and he was protected by the big shots of Dionia. Hercules walked into the shop and saw that most of the shelves were empty. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. It seems that business has been good recently. Chapter 1240. The Dionia sports meet is going to be held soon. It's said that it's going to be a huge event. Not only are the various regions in the country invited, but all the allies of the kingdom are also invited. Therefore, not only are all the restaurants and hotels in Turin buying pottery in large quantities, but the officials and citizens are also preparing to receive a large number of guests during the sports meet. The shopkeeper said excitedly, "I was going to send someone to Athens by boat to inform you to make more pottery as soon as possible and ship it to Turin for sale. Don't worry, I've already received the news from Lord Sostatus. I've already made arrangements. More pottery will be shipped from Athens soon." Hesklaus put on a confident look and encouraged the shopkeeper, "If sales soar in the next 2 months, I'll double your salary." Although Hesklaus was the boss and the shopkeeper was only his employee, he did not speak in a condescending tone. In fact, he was even trying to curry favor with the shopkeeper. After all, the shopkeeper was a native of Turin, while Peleus had only joined the Holy Kingdom of Dionia a few years ago. Hesklaus had spent a lot of money to hire him, but he had played a very important role in establishing his pottery shop in the Turin market. The shopkeeper immediately expressed his gratitude and reminded him, "Lord Sostatus has already sent people over several times to ask if the goods have arrived. Do you think we should send someone to inform them immediately?" Hesklaus slapped his forehead. "I was so happy just now that I almost forgot about this. It was precisely because of Sostatus' support that Hesklaus was able to achieve what he was today. He still wanted to continue relying on Sostatus' help to rise to the top of the Dionia business circle in the future. Therefore, he did not dare to slack off. He quickly said, "Yes, yes. Send someone immediately." After saying that, he ignored his fatigue and personally took the batch of fine pottery that was to be handed to Sostatus out of the wooden box and placed it in the backyard of the pottery shop for the other party to send someone to inspect it. Unexpectedly, after noon, Sostatus still hadn't sent anyone, and Hesklaus didn't dare to leave. As a result, his plan to take his son to the nearby Kristoia restaurant for a sumptuous meal was ruined. He could only get the shop assistant to buy a few pieces of bread for him to eat. For this, Lilias cried and made a fuss while hugging the duck, and was even reprimanded by him. In the afternoon, Sostatus's men came with good news. He was invited to Sostatus's banquet in the evening. Hesklaus was so happy that he danced with joy, and his previous resentment immediately disappeared without a trace. Of course, before that, both parties still had to complete the formal procedures for this transaction. The seller would list the price of the goods, the buyer would pay, and then the seller would take out the payment slip he had received from the management office of the pottery market. After all, it was made of paper, and currently, only the Kristoia Chamber of Commerce in the Holy Kingdom of Dionia could make it. The seller would fill in the type of goods, quantity, and price of the goods for sale. Both parties would sign the form in duplicate, and the buyer would take one of the copies to the management office of the pottery market to receive a certain amount of tax refund. The buyer would then leave the payment slip with the management office as proof of tax collection at the end of the month. The Ministry of Commerce of Dionia adopted this method so that the people of Dionia would take the initiative to ask for payment slips from the merchants when they purchased goods and hand them over to the market management office in exchange for extra money. In fact, the tax refund they received had already been added to the price of the goods and returned to the kingdom's Ministry of Finance at the end of the month. In addition, the Ministry of Commerce also stipulated that the people could report the merchants who refused to give the payment slip, and the management office would heavily punish them, and part of the money from the fine would be rewarded to the people who reported it. In addition, if the buyer and the seller did not go through the formal purchase procedures, but instead engaged in a shady business transaction, the people could report it. Once it was proven, the people who reported it would also be rewarded. Due to these strict measures of the Ministry of Commerce, most people who did business in Dionia would follow the rules. After all, if they broke the law for a small profit, they would face confiscation of their property, or even being permanently disqualified from doing business in Dionia, or even being expelled from the kingdom. That would be too much of a loss. Therefore, even though Sostatus had a share in Hesklaus's pottery factory in Athens, he still followed the formal purchase and sale procedures to avoid being reported by people who did not know what was going on. However, compared to the traditional Greek tax collection method led by Athens, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia's tax collection method was obviously more beneficial to merchants and could promote the development of business. Therefore, when the trade between Dionia and Greece was fully launched, many Greek merchants were more willing to settle down in Dionia and do business. Of course, there were also Greek city-states that tried to use this better method to collect taxes, but due to the limited power of the country, they eventually gave up. Although Hesklaus had opened his shop in Turiae for more than 2 years with the support of Sostatus, it was the first time he was invited to his house. To be cautious, he decided to prepare in advance and arrive early to show his respect. After dressing up meticulously, he put on brand new clothes and bought gifts. Of course, he left the duck in the shop with Lilias and was ready to set off. As the pottery market was a little far from Sostatus, and there was a lot of people on the way, and it was early June, the weather was hot. By the time he arrived at his house, he would be drenched in sweat and covered in dirt. Therefore, Hesklaus took the shopkeeper's suggestion and hired a sedan chair. Sostatus's mansion was in the eastern outer city, very close to the inner city of Turii. Back then, he took the initiative to hand over the mansion left by his father, Cunegurata, to the kingdom so that the kingdom could settle the hacker brothers who came to Turii. Therefore, the Devers were very grateful and specifically instructed the Turii City Hall to not let Cunegurata's son suffer losses. Based on the difference in land prices between the inner and outer city at that time, Sostatus finally exchanged for a large piece of land in the outer city. He built the entire piece of land into houses and divided it into 2 mansions, one for himself and the other for his brother. Both mansions were twice the size of the senator's mansion. "Welcome, welcome." When Sostatus heard the servants report, he personally came to the door to welcome them. "Lord Sostatus, this is my first time attending a banquet in your mansion. I was afraid that I might be late because I don't know the way, so I came a little early. Please forgive me," Hesklaus said respectfully. In fact, Sostatus was only the president of the Turii Chamber of Commerce and a member of the Turii City Council. He did not hold any official position. Strictly speaking, the title Lord was not appropriate for him. However, in recent years, the people of Dionia had gradually used this title on some of the more respectable celebrities in society, causing the term to become more common. "It's fine. There are a few guests who came earlier than you." Sostatus waved his hand. Then, when he saw Lyrias behind Hesklaus, he immediately bent down and asked with a smile, "Little friend, what's your name?" Lyrias shyly hid behind Hesklaus. Hesklaus quickly explained, "Lord, this is my son, Lyrias. This time, he insisted on coming to Turii with me. I did not dare to leave him alone. It's fine. I already said that he could bring his family," Sostatus said disapprovingly. He then lowered his head and teased Lyrias, "Hey, little fellow, if you call me uncle, I'll give you something good." When Lyrias heard this, he mustered up the courage to call out, "Hello, uncle." Not bad." Sostatus nodded in satisfaction. He quickly took out something from his pocket. He had heard from the servant that Hesklaus had brought a child, so he had made preparations beforehand. "Look, what's this?" Lyria's eyes widened as he looked at the item in Sostatus' hand. It was a gold-plated statue the size of a palm. He had handsome features and a determined expression. He held a rugby ball in one hand and swung his arm with the other, as if he was charging forward. The entire statue was exquisitely carved and looked lifelike. It gave off a sense of nervousness as if watching a game. Not only did Lyrias fall in love with it at first sight, but even Hesklaus was attracted to it. "It's a statue of a rugby star," Lyrias blurted out. After Thessaly was incorporated into the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, the sport of rugby was brought to Thessaly by the soldiers and immigrants of Dionia. It quickly became popular, and with the support of the governor of the Thessaly region, Helos, rugby competitions were held throughout the Thessaly region. "This is not an ordinary statue of a football star." Sostatus twirled the statue in his hand and boasted like a child. "This is the most famous rugby star in the entire kingdom. He set the record of scoring a touchdown in 5 consecutive national rugby finals. He's the 3rd son of the great king of Devers, Prince Antibris. He's also the most popular football star among the children. Furthermore, this statue was personally carved by the best sculptor in the kingdom, Erex. He's also the son-in-law of the king of Devers. Due to the complicated manufacturing process, the production of this statue is very low. It's very difficult to buy it on the market." After saying that, Sostatus stuffed the statue into Lyrias's small hands. "Now it's yours." "Thank you, uncle." Lyrias's thanks came from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't wait to start fiddling with it. This is too expensive." Hesklaus instinctively wanted to decline. "It's just a small toy." Sostatus didn't seem to care at that moment. He turned around and said to his servant, "Call Sosicles over." Then, He led the father and son into the courtyard as he said, "The quality of the pottery you brought over this time is very high. It'll definitely be liked by the nobles in the inner city. Thanks to you, my pottery shops in the inner city are now very famous. Many merchants are asking about the source of my pottery." Chapter 12:41. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't be who I am today. Hesklaus quickly expressed, "I'm willing to serve you forever. Hey, we're helping each other out. No one has to serve anyone," Sostatus said straightforwardly. "If one day you want to develop independently, no problem. Just tell me. My father once told me, the more friends, the wider the road. I've always kept that in mind and followed it. That's why I'm where I am today. Even if you want to be independent in the future, I'll still support you. We're still friends and can still help each other." I wouldn't dare, Hesklaus quickly said, but he kept Sostatus' words in mind. "Let's get down to business." Sostatus' expression suddenly became serious. "My pottery shop in the inner city is very famous. Even His Majesty the Devers knows about it. That's why he ordered a batch of pottery from me. The order I sent you 7 days ago was for the goods he wanted. You must use the best clay, the best potter, and the best vase painter according to my requirement. Make the most exquisite pottery in the shortest time possible and send it to tourists. If His Majesty is satisfied, think about it, we might become a pottery merchant specializing in supplying the royal family. By then, the whole kingdom and its allies will be proud to own our pottery. More importantly, if His Majesty is satisfied, I'll mention that you're from Peleus and from his hometown. He'll definitely look at you differently. Don't you think so?" Hesklaus' jaw dropped. He was stunned. He didn't expect the order to be so important to him. He had already paid enough attention to it, but it seemed like it was far from enough. He immediately said, "I'll rush back to Athens tomorrow and personally supervise the workers to make the best of the best." Sostatus nodded and comforted him. "You don't have to worry. The sports meet will only be held a month later. There's still time. I've already bought the tickets for the opening ceremony and some important competitions. You don't have to worry about it. Just focus on this matter. Oh, and this little guy," Sostatus patted Lilia's head. "Don't let him go back and forth. Just stay at my house. I'll get someone to take care of him." "Okay." Hesklaus agreed without hesitation. Lirias raised his head and looked at the two blankly. He had only been playing with the statue and did not know what had happened. At this moment a youth ran over. "Father, why did you call me here? You came just in time." Sostatus waved his hand. "This is Uncle Hesklaus, my partner." "Hello, Uncle Hesklaus." The young man immediately greeted him politely. At the same time, Sostatus pointed at him and introduced, "This is my second son, Sosicles." Hesklaus was a little embarrassed because he hadn't prepared a special gift for the children of Sostatos. He pointed at Hesklaus's son and said, "This is your uncle's son, Lilias. He will be staying at home for a while. As the young master, you are responsible for taking good care of him. Make sure he has a good time in Thurii, understand?" "Understood, father." Sosicles stepped forward and quickly pulled Lirias into the inner courtyard. "Sir, I'm sorry to trouble you," Hesklaus said, a little touched. "I have 3 children. One of them died of illness when he was young." Sostatus casually began to talk about his family matters. "I only have 2 left. The eldest was influenced by his uncle and doesn't want to be a merchant. He wants to be a soldier and is now an officer in the border army stationed in Thessaly. There was a riot at the border army in the Periver region. The Ministry of Military Affairs learned a lesson from this and stipulated that all officers of the border army must be regular Dionia officers to ensure the army's absolute loyalty to the kingdom. 4 years ago, I went to Thessaly mainly to visit him. In the end, thanks to Hades, I found you, a very capable merchant. Sir, you flatter me." Hesklaus was a little embarrassed. Of course, he didn't know that Sostatus went to Thessaly to visit his son. More importantly, he wanted to open up a business channel between Thessaly and Ionia. As Helos was his brother-in-law, it was convenient for him to do things in Thessaly. It was only a coincidence that he met Hesklaus, a pottery merchant. Although Hesklaus was indeed capable, Sostatus valued his background more because he was from Peleus. So, I can only pin my hopes on Sophocles, hoping that he will inherit my family business in the future. Sostatus said as he led Hesklaus into the dining hall in the front yard. The dining hall was large and had many tables, but there were only a few people chatting with each other. "Come, let me introduce you," Sostatus said with a smile. "This is Hesklaus from Thessaly. This is Iscaras from Myrcenia. This is Ionidas from New Sparta. This is Androgydes from the Arcadia Union." After Sostatus finished the introductions, the four of them realized that they had something in common. All of them came from regions and alliances that joined Ionia after the Greek War. They were all newcomers to the huge business network established by Sostatus. No wonder they came so early. They immediately felt a sense of familiarity with each other. Just as everyone was shaking hands and greeting each other, Sostatus's trusted servant hurried in and whispered a few words in his master's ear. Sostatus immediately took his leave and strode towards the courtyard gate. At this time, his butler had already respectfully welcomed a skinny, spirited old man. "Sir Dios, I didn't expect you to be the first guest to arrive." Sostatus's chubby face was like a blossoming flower. "Welcome, welcome. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." "As a businessman, the most important thing is to be punctual and trustworthy," Dios said seriously. "We've agreed to arrive at dusk, so it should be. Anyone who's late tonight will be punished with drinking." "I'll definitely carry out Sir Dios's orders," Sostatus said with a grin. "The banquet won't end until the latecomers are all drunk. But Sir Laus, shouldn't you be punished with drinking as well? I came so early, why should I be punished with drinking?" Dios pretended to be confused. "Your son Axicus has married Princess Avia. This is a joyous occasion," Sostatus said angrily. "You actually held the wedding in secret and didn't invite us for a banquet to celebrate. You've even been hiding all this time. Is it because you've become a relative of His Majesty that you think you have a higher status and look down on us old brothers? Don't spout nonsense. I've already made it clear to you last time. It's not that I don't want to celebrate. It's because Princess Agnes and Princess Avia don't want the wedding to cause a commotion, so His Majesty specially instructed me to do so." I was also very depressed. After they attended the wedding ceremony, they directly hid in the palace. When the wedding was held on the Hill of Kings, only my family was allowed to go. Even now, many of my relatives are still complaining about me. "Ha ha ha!" Sostatus laughed heartily. "I heard that Princess Agnes and Princess Avia are people who love peace and quiet, so it's not strange that they would make such arrangements. However, Princess Avia is beautiful and virtuous. Many young elites in the kingdom want to marry her, but your son succeeded in the end. This is sufficient proof that Axicus is very outstanding." Dios was very pleased inside, but he spoke modestly. "I can't say that he's outstanding. He just happened to be shot by Eros' golden arrow. Princess of Rhea is the director of the zoo, and Aeschylus also likes animals. You know that the cages used to keep the animals in the zoo are all made by my ironware workshop. Every time the cages are made, Aeschylus will personally bring people to the site to survey and make the cages. After a long time, when Aeschylus suddenly told me that he was going to marry Avria, I was shocked. I had no idea how the two of them got together." "All right, Lord Dios, don't be so smug. Let's treat tonight's banquet as us old friends' celebration for you. You have to get drunk before you go home." "All right." Dios nodded decisively. "But you have to get drunk with me." "Why?" Because you have something to celebrate as well. Dios blinked. Don't think that I don't know that your brother Dicaeocrate has already become the head of the army. What kind of happy occasion is that? Sostatus said disapprovingly. There are dozens of army commanders in the kingdom. It's nothing for my brother to become a commander at his age. Being a commander is nothing, but being a commander of an elder is something, Dios said unhurriedly. He just became a commander, so it's impossible for him to be elected as an elder in such a short period of time. There are many commanders ahead of him. Sostatus did not have much hope for this. Although the authority of an elder was not as great as before, it was still noble. It also had the power to elect assistant ministers, regional governors, and listen to and evaluate the work of local officials. It was also the main force for the kingdom's General Assembly at the beginning of every year to amend and enact laws. Thus, be it administrative officials or military generals, they were still very eager to enter the Senate. As Sostatus spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Dios, who had a mysterious smile on his face, and asked softly, "Do you have any inside information?" Chapter 12:42. Among the merchants in Turin, Theos had the closest relationship with the officials, especially the Ministry of Military Affairs. Now, he was a relative of the king. "I don't have any inside information," Theos said seriously. "I'll be honest with you," Dios said seriously. "Your brother doesn't have any amazing achievements. Based on his seniority, it's usually very difficult for him to become an elder. But because of you, he has a very high chance of becoming an elder." "Me?" Sostatus was confused. Theos reminded him softly, "You've been a great help to the expansion of the kingdom. Take the war in Greece for example. In order to transport troops to Greece and Thessaly, you organized a large number of ships. You helped the Ministry of Military Affairs in the later stages of the war. As the chairman of the Turin Chamber of Commerce, you organized many merchants to buy a large amount of food from the kingdom. You helped the Ministry of Military Affairs get through the difficult times. You also did this during the war in Gaul. The Ministry of Military Affairs won't forget it. If you can get the Ministry of Military Affairs to agree to push for your brother to enter the Senate, then it won't be a problem for your brother to become a senator." Sostatus' eyes lit up. He knew that a senator was a very important force in the Senate. If he could get the support of the Ministry of Military Affairs, it would definitely be a success. He immediately pulled Theos to the living room in the backyard, ready to talk to him in detail. Due to the needs of business, Sostatus' house had 2 dining rooms. One was in the front yard, which was used to entertain the merchants in his large network. The living room in the backyard was used to receive important guests. After sitting down, Theos solemnly talked to him about another matter. "Sostatus, don't you think what you've done to Dicboris is too much?" Sostatus was not surprised. He was prepared for Theos to bring up this matter, and he immediately defended himself. "You've definitely wronged me. I have no grudge against Lord Dicboris. On the contrary, I respect him very much. He was the one who gave me the position of president of the Turian Chamber of Commerce. I'm not someone who would bite the hand that feeds me. Look, my fleet has been transporting the pottery produced by his workshop to Greece and Ionia for sale. The sales increase every year, helping him expand the market and earning him a lot of money. If I had a grudge against him, would I do that?" Theos muttered to himself, "But you also transported pottery from Athens and sold it in Turian. Now, many officials and rich people are more willing to buy your pottery, causing the sales of Dicboris pottery in Turian to plummet. Sostatus, our Chamber of Commerce has a rule that prohibits malicious competition between members of the Chamber of Commerce. As the current president of the Chamber of Commerce, you should set a good example." Hearing that, Sostatus suppressed the rising anger in his heart and said rather bluntly, "Lord Theos, I know that you and Dicboris are good friends, but you can't just ignore the facts and speak for him. The pottery I sell is more than twice the price of his pottery. How can this be called malicious competition? And it's because of him that I don't import too much pottery and only sell it in Turian. This is the biggest concession I can make, but he's still dissatisfied. What else does he want me to do? Theos hesitated for a moment and sighed. We've been friends for decades, and you're a wealthy merchant who distributes so many kinds of goods. Why do you have to make the relationship between the two of you so stiff, because of pottery? Theos, I've always respected you, but what you said today is wrong. Sostatus's anger was evident in his words. You're all looking forward to me selling a large amount of your goods to the Eastern Mediterranean, but you won't allow me to bring the goods from the Eastern Mediterranean to the Kingdom of Turian. What kind of logic is this? If you really want to do this, I'll go see His Majesty the Devers and tell him that Dicboris and you strongly request that goods produced outside the Kingdom of Turian cannot be sold in Turian. That's not what I meant. Theos hurriedly explained. Look, ever since you brought the pottery of Athens into Turian for sale, not only are the upper echelons of the kingdom willing to use it, I heard that even His Majesty wants to buy from you. This is bound to become a trend. If this continues, Dicboris's pottery sales in the kingdom will inevitably decline. You know that Dicboris has pottery workshops in many towns in the kingdom. When that happens, it will be difficult for him to maintain such a large scale, and he may even face bankruptcy. Sostatus put on a solemn expression and said, after the Greek War, His Majesty had the Ministry of Commerce gather the heads of the chambers of commerce in all towns for a meeting. During the meeting, he specifically mentioned that the Greek merchants who want to do business in the kingdom should not be excluded or suppressed, but should be given as much help as possible. After the meeting, I specially summoned you to convey the message. You and Dicboris both expressed your full support at the meeting. Do you still remember this? Theos nodded helplessly. I'm also carrying out His Majesty's order, Sostatus said confidently. In recent years, I've not only sold Athens pottery in Turian, but also Corinth ironware, Greek stone, Thessaly horses, gold and silver products from Athens. Why didn't you or Enipias protest against me? Why is Dicboris dissatisfied with me? Because the quality of his pottery is not as good as that of Athens, and he's afraid of competition. Theos persuaded in a gentle tone. All these years, Dicboris has been working very hard to improve the quality of his pottery, and even improved the process of making ceramics. You and I both know this, but Athens pottery has been developed for hundreds of years and has a deep foundation. Dicboris' workshop can't catch up in a short time. His Majesty hopes to rope in the Greek merchants, and also hopes that the kingdom's market will be more diversified, increase competition, and give the people more choices. He doesn't want an exclusive monopoly. I understand all these, but if Athens pottery sells well in the kingdom, it will only drive Dicboris, who is still working hard, into a dead end. I don't think this is what His Majesty wants to see. Sostatus' heart trembled, and he immediately said, as the president of the Turian Chamber of Commerce, of course I won't deliberately harm the interests of the members of the Chamber of Commerce. I've been selling Athens pottery in Turian for more than 2 years, and I've kept the sales very low. I've only introduced fine products at high prices, and the ordinary pottery is still dominated by Dicboris, so it doesn't pose a great threat to him. And I've long been aware of this problem, and I've taken the initiative to discuss it with Dicboris several times, but he's turned me away several times, making me a joke of the Turian people. I believe you've heard of it. Sostatus put on a wronged look. Theos was silent for a moment. The strained relationship between Sostatus and Dicboris had become a joke of the Turian people, so how could he not know? He didn't want to get involved in this troublesome matter, but several of his friends in the Chamber of Commerce begged him, and he didn't want to see the originally united Turian Chamber of Commerce fall into endless strife, so he intervened. At this moment, he had to sincerely persuade Theos again. Dicboris refused to discuss with you, causing the problem to worsen. Of course, this is his fault. But it's not without reason that he's angry with you. Of course, he knows that it's impossible to only allow us to sell our goods in Greece, and not the Greek merchants in the kingdom. But he doesn't have any objections when merchants from other kingdoms bring in fine Athens pottery, but you can't, because your sales channels are too wide. Look, it didn't take long for you to open up a sales channel for Athens pottery to the upper echelons of the kingdom. Even if Dicboris desperately tries to improve the quality of his pottery, he can't catch up with you selling your pottery. You even sold your pottery to the royal family. Wait a minute. Sostatus interrupted him. His Majesty wants to buy my Athens pottery, but it's not me who recommended it. It's the head of the palace, Ribazot, who came to me on his own initiative and repeatedly reminded me. He mentioned the name of the pottery merchant I worked with several times. I guess His Majesty already knows about this fellow. His Majesty's fellow? Yes, this pottery merchant is called Hesklaus, a native of Peleus. Sostatus pretended to recall and said slowly, I remember when I went to visit my brother-in-law, Helos, I met this merchant at a banquet. At that time, the one who introduced him to me was the new Thessaly chief of intelligence, Gorgon. This time, it was Theos' turn to feel nervous. A Peleus merchant, a recommendation from the chief of intelligence. All the upper echelons of Turi knew that the kingdom's intelligence department mainly served His Majesty the Devers. Theos immediately asked, Is this Hesklaus a relative of His Majesty in Peleus? I'm not sure about that. Sostatus spread his hands and shrugged. I don't think even Lord Ribazot knows, but no one knows if His Majesty knows. Theos frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said seriously, It seems that you can't be blamed for this. But as the president of the Turi Chamber of Commerce, you should understand that if the conflict between you and him is not resolved as soon as possible, it will have a great impact on the Chamber of Commerce. How about this? When he comes over later, I will first persuade him. Then, as a mediator, you can negotiate with him. Both sides should make some concessions, and we will strive to resolve this conflict by tonight. What do you think? That's what I hope, Sostatus replied with some doubt. But will Dicboris come today? My servant told me that he did not respond to my invitation. Chapter 1243. He will come. He promised me. Dios said with certainty. No wonder you talked to me about this the moment you arrived. Sostatus thought to himself. He said, That's great. With your help, we can solve this problem today. Dios nodded, then changed the topic. While the others haven't arrived yet, let's discuss how to get your brother to get the support of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Sostatus now understood why Dios had mentioned his brother before. It turned out that Dios wanted to give him some benefits in advance so that he would make some concessions in the upcoming negotiations with Dicboris. Of course, he would not refuse. Not long after, the slave merchant Sebinus, the wine merchant Calmades, the shipbuilder Micras, the wool weaver merchant Phrasias, the herb merchant Agumus, the stone merchant Enipias. All of them arrived one after another. Of course, Dicboris was among them. Although he had a straight face, he did not argue with Sostatus on the spot. Moreover, Dios quickly pulled him to sit at the table very close to him. After whispering to him for a while, Dios' expression became better. He looked at Sostatus, who was greeting the guests at the entrance of the hall, with a complicated expression. No one knew what he was thinking. After all the invited guests arrived, Sostatus immediately ordered the servants to bring the prepared dishes to the table. He also asked the maids to pour wine for each guest. Then, he raised his glass and said loudly, Everyone, it's been a long time since our Chamber of Commerce has gathered together like today. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the banquet tonight. Let me toast to all of you. After saying that, he drained his glass in one gulp. That's because you don't host many banquets as the president. Otherwise, if you say so, how could we not attend? Calmades joked as he raised his glass. In any case, I thank the President for hosting this banquet for us. Let me toast in return. After saying that, he also drained his glass. With him taking the lead, the others followed suit, and the atmosphere of the banquet began to liven up. Dick Boris saw this and took a sip of wine. He understood why Calmans was so tactful as to help Sostatus liven up the atmosphere of the banquet. It was because Sostatus had helped Calmans to open up a market for his wine in Greece and the Aegean Sea, greatly increasing his income. The goods of the other merchants at the banquet had more or less received Sostatus' help and entered the Greek market, including Dick Boris himself. It was only because of the pottery incident in Athens that the relationship between the two became strained. But if the root cause of this incident was from His Majesty the King, it was indeed very troublesome. It seemed that he had to have a good talk with Sostatus. Thinking of this, he stood up. Sostatus, let me give you a toast as well. Thank you for helping us in the Chamber of Commerce in the past few years. As soon as he said that, the hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Sostatus raised his glass without hesitation and calmly said with a smile, "If it wasn't for you, the former president, supporting me, I wouldn't be where I am today. For the better development of the Chamber of Commerce, and for the prosperity of everyone here, let's have a toast." The two drank their glasses in one gulp. "Great. That's great." The others cheered in unison. Dios also showed a gratified smile. They could all see that the two of them had buried the hatchet, so they all drank to liven up the atmosphere. "Everyone, don't just drink. Hurry up and eat. Let's talk while we eat," Sostatus, who had temporarily resolved the conflict, said in a good mood. "President, the Ministry of Commerce gathered the presidents of the Chamber of Commerce from all the towns for a meeting yesterday. Today, you invited everyone to the banquet. Is there something important that you want to tell us? Why don't you tell us first? Otherwise, we won't be able to drink and eat happily if we keep thinking about it," Sabanus said straightforwardly. The others followed suit. Sostatus pointed at him, pretending to be helpless. "You're such an impatient person. You can't even wait this little bit of time. All right, I'll tell you first." He stood up, looked around at the crowd, and said loudly, "I believe you all should have guessed that the Ministry of Commerce gathered all the Chamber of Commerce to discuss the upcoming Dionia Games. That's right, it's true. Ever since His Majesty announced that the Dionia Games would be held in Turin 2 years ago, the Ministry of Finance has spent a lot of money to prepare for the Games. They have also set up high bonuses for the various competitive sports in the Games. This has caused a sensation among the people of the kingdom and its affiliated state. Athletes from all regions of the kingdom and its allied states have actively signed up, and a large number of spectators are constantly pouring into Turin to watch the games. We all know that the games are not only a festival for the gods, athletes, and spectators, but also a festival for us merchants. The 103rd Olympia Games 2 years ago was the first time the kingdom sent athletes to participate in the games. We also went to join in the fun. During the games, the Olympia gathered tens of thousands of spectators from all over the world. The shops set up in the Olympia and the surrounding towns all made a lot of profit. However, although the kingdom has become the leader of the Greek alliance, the traditional ideas of the native Greek people are still deeply rooted. The Dionia athletes are discriminated against and ridiculed in the Olympia, and we, the Dionia merchants, are also excluded. We can't even buy a shop for us to set up a stall no matter how much money we spend. President is right. Those damn Greek merchants dare to use those despicable means against us. This time, during the Dionia Games, I'll let them know the power of the Dionia merchants." Sabanus shouted angrily. "That's right, President. We should take advantage of this games to show these ignorant Greek merchants the power of the Turii Chamber of Commerce." Sabanus' words immediately resonated with some people. Sostatus smiled and did not respond directly. Instead, he continued, "Perhaps it is because of our encounter in the Olympia that His Majesty the Devers decided to hold the grandest games. While showing the power of the kingdom, it also contrasted the narrow-mindedness and selfishness of the Greeks, showing the tolerance and generosity of the kingdom. Therefore, the Minister of Commerce, Marigi, told us that the kingdom not only sent an invitation to the Allies, but also informed all the countries in the Mediterranean Sea, including the enemy of the kingdom, Persia. There was a commotion in the hall. The reason why the Ministry of Commerce held this meeting is to request the merchants of the kingdom not to participate in the games with a mentality of revenge. Instead, we should welcome the merchants from other countries with a tolerant attitude. Only in this way, the trade of the Dionia Games will become more prosperous, and we will earn more gold and silver. Only in this way can the Dionia Games become the most famous and great event in the entire Mediterranean Sea that everyone will enthusiastically participate in. At this point, Sostatus emphasized, after the meeting, Lord Marigi specially asked me to stay behind for a discussion. He requested me to warn all the merchants in the Thurii Chamber of Commerce when I return. During the games, they must not exclude, harass, or infringe upon the interests of foreign merchants. They must not use illegal means to obtain certain privileges, thus destroying the fairness of the trade activities during the games. Furthermore, as one of the hosts of the games, the Thurii Chamber of Commerce must actively assist the Ministry of Commerce to maintain the normal operation of all the trade markets in the Thurii region. Lord Maligia also asked me to convey to you the order personally issued by His Majesty the Devers. If the Ministry of Commerce finds any merchants of the kingdom, especially those from the Thurii Chamber of Commerce, violating the above requirements during the games, they will be severely punished regardless of who they are. As soon as his voice faded, the hall suddenly became silent. After a while, Dick Boris could not help but ask first, according to what you said, the Thurii Chamber of Commerce has no right to enter the 4 temporary trade markets in the city for the games? The question he asked was also the one that everyone was most concerned about. On the day when the Ministry of Commerce announced the opening of the temporary markets, almost everyone present used their own network in an attempt to obtain the best location and the largest storefront in each market, or even the more the better. Of course not. Sostatus said seriously, I also asked Lord Marigi about this. He told me, all the local merchants and foreign merchants who apply to enter these markets will be treated equally. He will personally be responsible for the distribution so that every merchant participating in the games can get a better storefront. The distribution plan will be submitted to His Majesty for review. Lord Marigi also told me secretly that His Majesty has appointed the Intelligence Department to investigate illegal activities during the games. Once they are found, both parties involved will be severely punished. Therefore, don't take any chances or else you'll harm yourself and others. Sostatus' words made everyone's heart tighten. They looked at each other and silently calculated. Dios could not help but say, isn't it just a fair competition? What's there to worry about? Our Thurii Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the kingdom. All of you are also the top merchants in a certain industry in the kingdom. Be it financial resources, manpower, quality and quantity of goods, all of you are better than the merchants from other regions in the kingdom, not to mention those merchants from small towns in Greece. Besides, you have the geographical advantage. In a fair competition, don't tell me you can't beat them. Chapter 1244. As soon as Dios finished speaking, Dick Boris continued, His Majesty and the Ministry of Commerce may be a little harsh on the Turkish Chamber of Commerce, but the fundamental purpose is to show the kingdom and Turin to the people of other countries in the Mediterranean, and to promote the prosperity of Turin's trade. In the long run, the prosperity of Turin's trade will be beneficial to the development of Turin's merchants. This is great news. I think we should be happy and do our best to assist the Ministry of Commerce in this sports event. Sostatus looked at Dick Boris. Dick Boris had taken the initiative to speak up for him, indicating that he was willing to restore his friendship with him. The others at the banquet were deep in thought after listening to Dios and Dick Boris's words. Sostatus laughed and said loudly, "Everyone, we're done with business. Let's not just stand there. Come, come, hurry up and eat. These are the dishes I've carefully made under my supervision. They're getting cold. Don't waste them." The banquet in the hall in the backyard had just begun. The banquet in the living room in the front courtyard was already very lively under the leadership of Sostatus. Hesklaus's face was a little red from drinking. A businessman from Carthage, who was a stranger to him, was now holding his hand and talking to him warmly. "You said that you brought your child to Turin. How old is he?" 9. "It seems that you're going to let him go to school in Turin, right?" No, you're mistaken. I'm just bringing my child to watch the sports event. The kingdom has also built schools in Larissa and Philai. I'm going to let my son go back to school in Thessaly next year. I'm advising you." The businessman from Carthage did not seem to hear Hesklaus's response. He continued while hiccuping, "It's best to let your child go to school in Turin. This will be of great help to him when he grows up, be it in business or politics. After all, Thessaly is now incorporated into Dionia. You're a Diorian citizen, this is your fortune." Hearing this, Hesklaus was greatly moved. At this moment a head popped up behind him, startling him. It was the merchant of Massilia, whom he had just met. The businessman overheard their conversation and asked curiously, "I heard that there are more than 10 Dionia schools in Turii?" "Of course. Didn't you see the population of Turin? It's said that they have more than 400,000 people, which is several times the population of Carthage." Merchant Carthage sighed. "That's why 1 or 2 schools aren't enough. I heard that there's almost 1 school per block now." The merchant from Massilia excitedly continued, "I heard that the school in the inner city of Tulii is the best. Moreover, the children of the king, the children of the senators, and the children of the ministers of the kingdom are all studying there. I heard that they are also recruiting students. If our children can study in this school, it will definitely be of great help to their future development." "Stop dreaming." Merchant Carthage spat the grape seeds on the table and sneered. "The school in the inner city has the children of the royal family and ministers studying there. How can it not be heavily guarded? It's true that they are recruiting students from the outside, but they only recruit 2 types of people. One is the children of the soldiers who died in the war in Turin, and the other is the children of the leaders of the races and the leaders of the city-states that are dependent on the kingdom of Dionia. It's impossible for people like you and me to enter that school. However, it doesn't matter if we can't enter the school in the inner city. The schools in the outer city are not bad either. Some of the children of the senators and the officials of the kingdom are also studying there. My eldest son studied in the school in the eastern outer city that is not far from here. Do these schools accept children like us who are not citizens of Dionia?" Merchant Massilian asked in surprise. "Of course not, but there are other ways." Merchant Carthage revealed a strange smile and pointed at the wine on the table. "I'll tell you after you finish 3 glasses." Merchant Massilian did not say a word. He raised his glass and drank 3 glasses in a row. Massilia was the only Greek city-state that was built within the sphere of influence of the Gauls. In the early days of colonization, it accepted the invitation of Cumae and other Greek city-states in Campania to resist the expansion of the Carthage at sea. Since then, it had not participated in any disputes on the Italian peninsula and had been focusing on its own development. Because it was close to the Tyrrhenian Sea, backed by the foothills of the Alps, and located at the mouth of the Rhone River, next to another famous mountain pass that connected Gaul with Italy, the Massilians had built a tall and strong wall. The Gauls, who were not well armed, could not do anything to them. On the contrary, Massilia used its convenience of the sea and land routes to develop itself into a famous port of trade between Gaul and the Mediterranean Sea. Although they were attacked by the Gauls from time to time, the Massilians, who had benefited a lot from it, were very satisfied with their superior status. It was not until Dionia conquered Rome, and became the overlord of Italy, that Massilia followed the trend and formed an alliance with Daionia. Until today, the entire western Mediterranean Sea, even the former overlord of Carthage, had attached itself to the Holy Kingdom of Daionia, not to mention that some of Daonia's allies had taken the initiative to join the Holy Kingdom of Daionia. However, Massilia still maintained its former alliance. In terms of trade, it had more frequent contacts with Daionia, but in terms of politics, it had always maintained a distance. In fact, many merchants from Massilia felt more and more uneasy when they saw that the kingdom of Daionia was becoming more and more powerful. They had repeatedly proposed to establish a closer diplomatic relationship with the Holy Kingdom of Daionia. However, this proposal had never been passed by the General Assembly. This was because the ordinary people of Massilia were used to this kind of isolation and comfort, and they did not want this situation to change. Therefore, some merchants from Massilia could only find ways to make their families closer to the kingdom of Daionia to ensure the safety and development of their families, just like what the Massilian merchant had done. He slammed the empty wine glass on the table and said, "Three glasses are finished. You can tell me now." Merchant Carthage's eyes were fixed on him. He did not dare to keep the suspense any longer. He hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll tell you this. Although there is a law in Daionia that only the children of Daionia citizens are allowed to study in Daionia schools, it's not that there are no loopholes. You should know that many of the citizens of Daionia are refugees from the eastern Mediterranean Sea. They wandered alone in Daionia, and finally became official citizens and settled down permanently. However, some of them died on the battlefield without having children after getting married." Merchant Carthage smiled. "The adopted children of the citizens of Daionia are legally valid. If you can get the widow of the deceased citizen to agree to recognize your child as an adopted child, and register it with the local household registration office, then your child can enter the school as a future citizen of Daionia. Back then, Lord Sostatus helped my child enter the Turii school through this method." "Oh, I see." The merchant of Massilia, on hearing this, began to think how he might entreat Sostatus to do the same for his child. "This method won't work now." A deep voice came from behind Merchant Carthage. Hesclaus and the Massilia merchant immediately said respectfully, "Lord Conus." Merchant Carthage turned around and saw Sostatus' butler, Conus, standing behind him. He quickly got up and greeted him. Conus was originally a trusted slave of Cunegurata. He obtained his freedom many years ago and became a citizen of Daionia. However, he was still willing to continue working for Cunegurata. Later on, he became Sostatus' right-hand man. He was mainly responsible for the implementation of the huge business network established by Sostatus. Many downstream merchants dealt with him more than Sostatus. This was also why he could host this banquet well, and why the merchants were willing to surround him. At this moment, he looked at Merchant Carthage with a profound gaze. Merchant Carthage could not help but shiver. He realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. Conus quickly put on a smile and said loudly to the people around him, "This method he mentioned would have worked 10 years ago. However, after the Turan protectors reported it, the Senate specifically issued a decree. Unless one of the biological parents is a citizen of Daionia, and he or she is adopted by another citizen of Daionia, only then can he or she enjoy the rights of a minor citizen of the kingdom. Therefore, even if a foreigner's child is adopted by a citizen of Daionia, he or she will still not be able to study in Daionia schools. However," Conus looked at the dejected merchant Massilia and said seriously, "there are other ways for your child to study in the schools in the kingdom. For example, in towns with small populations like Capusa and Galagusso, the kingdom has also built schools in these towns and sent teachers. Due to the small number of students, it's actually a waste. If you apply to the educational department of Turin and are willing to pay a high school fee, it won't be a problem for your child to study in these towns and cities." But what's the point of letting your child study in these remote places? Merchant Massilia seemed a little disappointed. First of all, even the teachers in schools in remote towns and cities in the kingdom have graduated from Dionia schools, or even academies. They have passed the educational department's examination and have gone through more than a year of professional training before they can become teachers in schools. Their teaching ability is guaranteed. Chapter 1245. Caunus looked at the Massilian merchant and said seriously, "Secondly, all the schools in the kingdom now have the same teaching content. There are fixed teaching materials for the 3 stages of elementary, middle, and high school. You don't have to worry about learning less than the children in the big cities. Most importantly, when your child enters school, he can apply to the kingdom to become a citizen of Dionia. Even if he doesn't pay taxes to the kingdom, as long as he graduates with excellent grades and has not committed any illegal acts, all the time he studied in school will be included in the years of becoming a citizen of Dionia. In this way, he only needs to live in the kingdom after graduation and pay taxes for a few years before he can successfully become an official citizen of Dionia. Since he has been studying and living in Dionia since he was young, he has completely adapted to the laws and customs of the kingdom. He can smoothly integrate into the kingdom of Dionia." After hearing that, the Massilian merchant was immediately overjoyed. He felt that this method was tailor-made for him. "I've never heard of this decree before. Did it just come out this year?" someone asked tactfully, as it was inappropriate to question Caunus. "You guessed it right. It was indeed proposed and revised at the kingdom's General Assembly at the beginning of the year. It was only officially announced last month." Caunus looked at the crowd and reminded them with a smile, "So, if any of you have children who are willing to take this path, now is the best time." Some of them had an active discussion about the matter. Caunus introduced some of the allied merchants who had worked with Sostatus in the early days to Hesclaus. Under his guidance, everyone had a pleasant conversation. Half an hour later, Sostatus arrived at the banquet. He first apologized to everyone, then expressed his sincere gratitude to the merchants present for their help during this period of time. Next, he mentioned the upcoming sports meeting, hoping that they would actively participate in it and not miss the business opportunity. He would also try his best to help them. The banquet in the front yard reached its climax. The sound of glasses clinking and laughter continued until late into the night. Originally, Sostatus wanted to let the slightly drunk Hesclaus stay at his house. However, considering that he had to rush back to Athens the next morning, he politely declined. Since Hesclaus' pottery shop was far away and there were patrols patrolling late at night, Sostatus was worried. Hence, he specially asked Hesclaus and his son to leave in his sedan. Lyrias, who had originally been unwilling to attend the banquet, was now extremely unwilling to leave with his father. Thus, he kept grumbling in the sedan chair. Hesclaus leaned on the couch and looked at his son, who was throwing a tantrum. He thought of the merchants from the Dionia alliance he met at the banquet. They had been working with Sostatus for far longer than he had. They were rich and more familiar with the market of the kingdom of Dionia. However, they envied him because he came from Thessaly and was lucky enough to become a citizen of Dionia. Thinking of all the hard work they had done for their child, Hesclaus deeply felt that it was time for him to start planning for Lilia's future. He said softly, "Son, I have to rush back to Athens tomorrow for something urgent. I'll only be back here in about 20 days to watch the games. During this time, I'd like you to temporarily stay at Uncle Sostatus' house. What do you think?" Lyrias was instantly overjoyed. "Great, great. Dad, you know what? Brother Chris said he would take me to the Turii Zoo. He said that there are terrifying beasts and strange animals in there." Hesclaus listened to his son with a smile, but in his mind, he was thinking of the suggestion Caunus gave him at the banquet. Galagusso was a small mountain town not far from the Turii region. However, due to its small population, It was once home to the most conservative and traditional tribes of Lucania. However, due to its location in the most prosperous region of the kingdom centered around the Gulf of Turii, many Galagussos were no longer willing to live in poverty and had migrated to other places for a better life. It was easy for the Ministry of Education to allow their children to study there. When their children graduated in the future, whether it was in business or politics, they would have an advantage over their peers in Thessaly. Hesklaus made up his mind. After the games, he would ask Caunus to help him with this matter. The next morning, Lilias was sent to Sostatus' house. As it turned out, Sostatus was not joking last night. He really brought Lilias to the zoo. Of course, there were also a few other merchants' children and the servants of Sostatus' house. Considering the constant influx of tourists into Turii during this period of time, the population of Turii and its surrounding areas was getting denser. In order to reach their destination faster, Sostatus chose to take the waterway. They went to the pier along the river and hired a passenger boat. The passenger boat raised its sails and moved its wooden oars. It crossed the 3 large stone bridges that spanned the Crati River and entered the Cosini River, a tributary of the Crati River. Finally, it disembarked at the south pier of the river delta. In fact, the traffic on the inland river was also very busy. It took them more than an hour to set foot on the main road that led to the mountains south of the delta. The road leading to the mountains had been modified and upgraded many times. During the period of the city-state of Turii, the road was built because of the discovery of copper and stone mines in the mountains. However, at that time, it was a dirt road that was often crushed by heavy carts. It was even more difficult to move when it rained. After the establishment of Dionia, in order to improve the efficiency of ore transportation, it was turned into a stone road. However, it was only after the establishment of the zoo that it became the best road in the kingdom. More and more tourists went to the zoo, and pedestrians and ore carts mixed on the road. It was crowded and dangerous, and accidents happened from time to time. The city hall of Turii had to expand the road into a main road again. This way, the road became wider, and pedestrians used the sidewalk while the carts used the main road. They did not interfere with each other, and the traffic became smoother. The establishment of the Turii Zoo was nothing new in the Mediterranean. The royal family of Persia had built a royal garden in Babylon a long time ago. Not only were there all kinds of rare animals, but there were also all kinds of precious plants. King Xerxes, the one who suffered a crushing defeat in the naval battle of Salamis, was an outstanding horticulturist. In Memphis, Egypt, the pharaoh built a garden in the backyard of his palace. It was beautiful, and all kinds of rare animals were raised in it for the pharaoh and his concubines to admire. However, it was indeed unprecedented for the kingdom of Dionia to open the entire zoo to the general public. The Greeks loved to travel, and so did the wealthy citizens of Dionia. However, no matter how daring they would never risk their lives to explore the mysterious animals hidden in the mountains, forests, and rivers. However, the Turii Zoo could completely satisfy their curiosity. They could even see the monsters that once appeared in myths and legends, such as the python that was shot to death by Apollo, the lion that fought with Hercules, and so on. The attraction of the zoo to children was even more obvious. Since its establishment, the zoo had been widely spread among the people of the kingdom, and even the citizens of the allied states were attracted to it. Every day, an endless stream of tourists came to visit the zoo, making it one of the most famous tourist attractions in Turii. Although there were many visitors to the zoo on a regular basis, it was extremely rare to see the sidewalks full of people, and it was difficult to even walk. This was obviously due to the upcoming sports event, which had led to a sharp increase in the number of visitors. Sophocles groaned inwardly. He really did not expect the situation to be so bad. When they reached the foot of the mountain where the zoo was located, there was already a long queue at the entrance. Countless tourists were anxiously waiting under the scorching sun to pay to enter the zoo. Some people did not want to queue up, nor did they want to leave. They cursed in the crowd. Did the owner of this zoo get struck in the head by lightning? They're purposely making fun of us tourists who came all the way here. My neighbors even bragged to me about how great this place is. Bullsh *T. Hey, hey. Someone next to him patted the shoulder of the person who had spoken. You're not a citizen of Dionia, are you? Don't you know that the director of this zoo is the daughter of the king of Devers, Princess Avia? If you continue cursing and the people of Turii hear you, they'll beat you up so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize you. The person was shocked and quickly shut up. When he saw a few soldiers patrolling in front of him, he felt even more guilty and quietly slipped away. Sophocles was not in the mood to watch this farce. He asked Lyrias and the others to wait at the side while he walked along the long queue. He actually saw a familiar person at the front of the line. Brother Pekestas! Brother Pekestas! He waved his hands happily and shouted. The young man named Pekestas heard the shout and quickly turned around. He then said in surprise, Clays, why are you here? My father asked me to bring a few of his business partners' children to the zoo. What about you? About the same as you. A few Thessaly officials brought their families to Turii to watch the sports. My father arranged for them to stay at my house and asked me to be in charge of receiving them. I brought them to the zoo today, but I didn't expect there to be so many people. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked you to help me take care of these children. You can't slack off, kid. Be careful, or I'll go back and tell Uncle. Pekestas first joked, then said in a low voice, The situation today isn't too good. Maybe Princess Avia saw that there were too many visitors and was afraid that they would scare the animals, so she specially put up a notice at the door. Only 1,000 people are allowed to enter at one time. Wait until some of them leave the park before letting the rest in. A group of people has already gone in just now. I reckon we'll only be able to enter in the afternoon. We have to wait so long. How can those children stand it? Sophocles turned around and looked at Lyrias and the others, who were standing at the side and looking around. He rolled his eyes and whispered, Brother, we can't just wait here. I'll think of a way. When Pekestas heard that, he knew what he wanted to do. He immediately pulled him back and whispered, Don't go. I know Avia. She won't agree. Chapter 1246. How do you know if you don't try? Sophocles broke free from his hand. After a few steps, he muttered in a low voice, Brother Stas is too honest. Pekestas was Helos's second son. Helos married Sostas's eldest sister, so they were cousins. Although Pekestas was older, he was influenced by his family and did things by the rules. Sophocles was younger, but Sostas intended to train him to be the successor of his business, so he was more tactful and flexible. Sophocles went back and told the servants to take care of the children. Then he walked slowly south along the fence of the zoo. The Turii Zoo, whose full name was Turii Kingdom Zoo, was built on a hill near the Kratai River. The whole hill belonged to the zoo. It had been built for 7 years, but construction had never stopped. Because the east side of the hill was flat, the west and north sides were steep, and the south side was close to the river, so only the east side of the hill was built with a fence. Originally, there was only one door, but because there were more and more tourists, it was not safe or convenient for Avia, who often went in and out of the zoo. So a side door was built at the foot of the hill in the south for Avia, the palace guards, and the staff. Sophocles saw some people standing at the side door from a distance. Obviously, they had the same purpose as him, but they did not succeed. He walked over with his head held high and said to the guard at the door, I am Axicus's brother. I have something important to see him. The guard quickly called the team leader and whispered a few words to him. The team leader looked at Sophocles and said, Wait a moment. There was a huge water wheel and a long stone trough by the river near the side door. It was embedded in the fence and led the Kratai River into the zoo, which finally flowed into an artificial lake not far from the main entrance. Around the artificial lake were large cages and small houses next to the cages. In front of each cage, there were some people gathered, exclaiming and screaming from time to time. There were also some places where spectators were gathered, but there were no cages. Instead, there were large pits with low walls built on top, and pools in the pits. Suddenly, the people in front of a large pit let out deafening cheers. It turned out that the animal hiding in the pool at the bottom of the pit had finally climbed up to the shore. It had a large mouth, but a pair of small ears. Its body was as thick as a cow, but it was matched with 4 thick, short legs. This was the hippopotamus from the Nile River. It shook its small ears and opened its mouth to spray water, causing waves of cheers from the tourists. In a corner beside the crater, there was a person who stood out from the rest. He was sitting there quietly, and there was a wooden board in front of him. On the wooden board was an unfinished painting of the hippopotamus at the bottom of the crater. However, the continuous screams clearly disturbed him. He angrily threw the ink brush in his hand to the ground and then looked at the excited tourists. In the end, a helpless expression appeared on his face. At this time, an honest-looking young man hurriedly walked up to him and said eagerly, "Brother, the weather is so hot. Drink some water to quench your thirst." As soon as he finished speaking, the servant beside him immediately untied the wooden box on his back and took out a long-eared pottery bottle and 2 clean wooden cups. He pulled out the cork and poured the green water into the cup. Then, he opened the other wooden box wrapped in layers of cloth and used a wooden clip to pick up a few ice cubes and carefully put them into the cup. This action was seen by the people around them, and they couldn't help but look at the 2 of them carefully. After all, people who could use ice cubes to cool off in such a hot day were definitely not ordinary people. The man who was painting picked up a cup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he chewed on the ice cubes and said vaguely, "Not bad, it's apple juice. Pour me another cup." The servant hurriedly took the cup and poured the water. "I say, Axicus, are you always so extravagant when drinking water?" This man was drinking the water provided by others, and he actually wanted to criticize him. That was a bit too much. But the young man didn't care. He also drank a mouthful of the water and explained, "I'm busy every day. How can I be so delicate? This is all prepared for Avia." The man who was painting didn't say anything. The young man curiously asked, "Brother, haven't you been helping the city hall with the carving and design for the sports meet recently? How come you have time to come here?" "I've already finished helping them, so I came out today to relax." "Then if you want to come to the zoo, you should tell us in advance. If Big Sister Eunice knows that we didn't take good care of you, Avia and I will be scolded by her." It turned out that these 2 people were the 2 sons-in-law of the King of Devers, Alex and Axicus. Hearing this, Alex was a bit unnatural. In the past, when he was carving and painting, he could not eat or sleep for a long time and was completely immersed in his creation. This was actually very harmful to his body. After getting married, Eunice asked him to change his bad habits in the past. Because of this, the 2 had several arguments. After the Devers intervened and talked to the couple, he was willing to change. Eunice also took good care of his life so that he could devote himself to his creation. Since then, his carving and painting skills had been constantly improving, and he finally became the top carver in the whole kingdom. "I have hands and feet. What do I need you to take care of me?" Alex scolded indifferently and then whispered, "If you really want to help me, then drive these tourists out." Axicus hurriedly shook his head. "I can't do that. Avia wanted to only allow a few hundred people to enter the zoo, and I had to persuade her for a long time. Now that there are tourists outside the zoo, it will be troublesome if there is a riot. I say, you are now so busy with Avia that you don't even care about your father's business." Alex couldn't help but ask. Axicus scratched his head and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, "I heard that the Dionia Academy is going to set up another art academy, and they are going to let you be the dean. Is this true? Alex hesitated for a moment, looked at the painting on the board, and said softly, "This matter is still under discussion. It has not been decided yet." Although Alex had his own carving room and a few apprentices, this was completely different from the situation of being the dean, teaching and managing dozens or even hundreds of students. It was because of the great pressure that he had slipped out to draw alone these days to relieve his boredom. After the news was confirmed, Axicus was delighted. As the largest ironware manufacturer in the Kingdom of Dionia, his father not only continued to maintain the lead in weapons and civilian ironware, but also began to involve in the production of metal handicraft. For example, the previous Antichrist star statue was designed by Alex and made by the Theos Ironware Workshop. But after all, his family did not have a strong foundation in the production of handicrafts, and there were not enough engravers. In the metal handicrafts market of the kingdom, the famous engravers either worked alone or were trained by other workshops. The upcoming establishment of the Dionia Academy of Arts would be good news for his family's handicrafts workshop. While Axicus was thinking, the zoo guard came and said, "His brother is looking for him." He was stunned. Because he had no brothers, only a sister. Who was so bold as to pretend to be his brother? Axicus decided to see what was going on. When he walked to the side door, he saw a teenager waving at him and shouting, "Brother, it's me!" Axicus smiled in realization. Since Theos and Sostus were both big businessmen in Turkestan, and they were both in the Turkestan Chamber of Commerce, the two families often interacted with each other. Also, Sostus was interested in training his second son, and often brought him to visit his house. Axicus liked this clever little brother very much. "Why are you here?" Axicus asked in a pleasant tone. "Brother, help me." Soxicles put on a pitiful look. "Isn't this a sports day? Many guests came to my house, and my father insisted that I bring the guests' children to the zoo. In the end, we found that we had to wait for a long time when we arrived. The weather is so hot and the younger children can't stand it anymore." "How many people?" Axicus frowned. "Including me, 5 people. But I just saw my cousin, Pekestas, also in the queue. He brought about 7 people. Can he join us?" Pekestas. Axicus was stunned for a moment and immediately understood. The only person who could be called cousin by this little guy was the son of the Thessaly district administrator, Xenos. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay. But you have to wait outside for a while. I have to go and inform Avia first. There should be no problem." "Thank you, brother," Sostus said gratefully. Watching Axicus walk into the side door, ride a broody horse that was brought by a servant, and disappear in the blink of an eye, he could not help but think. There were rumors that Princess Avia liked Axicus because he was like a dog, following the princess around every day. Even after getting married, he was still like that. He did not have his own drive and pursuit at all. He was a disgrace to the upper class of the kingdom's young citizens. Sostus used to scoff at this saying, thinking that it was just some jealous people saying it out of jealousy, but now it seemed that it was true. The broody horse trod on the flat stone road, carefully avoiding the bustling tourists, and came to a yard surrounded by high iron railings halfway up the mountain. Axicus dismounted and hurried to the wooden house at the back of the yard. The antelopes in the yard immediately stopped eating and looked at the intruder warily. Chapter 1247. Axicus greeted the guards standing at the door of the wooden house, then gently opened the door. An unpleasant stench assailed his nostrils, but he only sniffed, not showing any signs of discomfort. Inside the house, Avria was also unaffected by the smell. She was wearing clothes specially made for animal trainers, and her hair was tied into a bun behind her head. She was holding a fat black cat in one hand, and her other hand was holding the pen. She looked at the pen with a slightly nervous expression. "Avria! Avria!" Perhaps because Avria was too focused, Axicus called her a few times, but she didn't respond. Instead, the black cat turned around and stared at Axicus with its big eyes. Then, it meowed twice. Meow. Only then did Avria see Axicus waving at her from the door. She walked over unhappily and complained softly, "Why have you been chatting with brother-in-law for so long? Nana, a female antelope, is about to give birth. Just now, Lord Helo's son, Perkestes, sent someone to find me. He said that he and his cousin brought some guests to the zoo, and there has been a long line outside. The weather is too hot and there are too many people. He's afraid that the child can't take it, so he wants to come in early." Axicus made a small lie, changing the person who asked him for help to Perkestes. This trick worked. Avria immediately said, "Ah, Brother Perkestes is here. Hurry and let them in. I'll—" At this point, she looked back at the animal pen with some reluctance, then changed her words. "After Nana gives birth, I'll go see him immediately." In the past, those who were called to the king's mansion by the Devers for family banquets included Henoboris and his family, Aristyra's and Asuna's family, Bagul and Andrea's family, and Helo's family. So Avria was more familiar with Helo's children. "Then I'll go greet them first." With that, Axicus turned and left. At this moment, the trainer's voice came from inside the house. "Princess, Nana has given birth." Hearing this, Avria immediately became excited. She grabbed her husband's hand and ran inside. "Nana finally has a lamb. Quick, pray with me. I hope that Hades will bless the little one and let her survive this time." While Sosicles and Sosicles took their guests to the zoo, a meeting of the ministers of the kingdom was going on in the palace hall of the inner city of Thurii. When the chief of the palace guards, Marcius, saw that the assistant minister and the chief officials of the various departments had arrived on time and were seated as per usual, he immediately reported to the Devers who were resting in the side chamber. Only then did the Devers lead the royal clerk, Henoboris, into the great hall through the side door and onto the throne. The ministers immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Have a seat." Devers smiled and waved his hand. The ministers sat down. Then he looked at them and said slowly but clearly in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the last regular administrative meeting of this month. Turis will hold a sports meeting next month, so today we will focus on the sports meeting." At this point, he looked at Clodocatax, who was sitting on the lower right side. "Consul, you're the main person in charge of organizing this sports meet. Please give us a detailed introduction about the preparations for the sports meet." "Yes, Your Majesty." Clodocatax, who had been the consul of the kingdom for more than 4 years, stood up unhurriedly and said in a loud and clear voice, "Sirs, it has been 2 years and 1 month since His Majesty announced the holding of the sports meet in June the year before last. Our preparation work has basically been completed. Now, I will give you a detailed report on the whole preparation situation." For the past 2 years, Clodocatax had devoted most of his energy to the preparation of the sports meet. He did most of the things himself, so he knew the whole situation like the back of his hand. He did not prepare a speech beforehand. He coughed lightly and sorted out his thoughts before saying loudly, "According to His Majesty's suggestion, the sports meet held in Thurii will not only consist of the traditional running, wrestling, boxing, car racing, horse racing, 5 athletic events, including running, long jump, discus throw, javelin throw, and wrestling, but also archery, discus throw, high jump, pole vault, marathon, swimming. I can understand the rest, but what is this marathon?" asked the new assistant minister Bagul. At the beginning of March, Hemont requested to resign from the position of assistant minister on the grounds of old age. The Devers approved it. With the support of the Lucanian senators led by Hemont, the Senate elected Bagul, the regional governor of Rome, to take over the position. The Devers approved the election result, and Bagul officially took office last month. Although Clodocatax had explained this issue several times in the previous council meetings, he still patiently explained to Bagula. I think everyone should know the legendary story of how the Athenian army defeated the Persians at Marathon 100 years ago. The soldier Philippides ran all the way from Marathon to the city of Athens without stopping, and after announcing the good news to the people, he fell to the ground and died. In order to commemorate this historical event, His Majesty specially suggested that we set up this race. Therefore, the marathon is a special long-distance race. The distance between the marathon and the city of Athens is a total of 84 miles. 84 miles! Bagul exclaimed. Who can run such a long distance? Even if they can, they will probably die of exhaustion. We have specially tested it. As long as they don't run too fast, they can definitely run. Clodocatax earnestly replied, Up until now, there are 10 contestants from our kingdom who have signed up to participate in this event. Oh, it's fine as long as they can run. Bagul nodded, indicating that he understood. Your Majesty, I have a question for a long time, Military Minister Olivers couldn't help but ask. The year before last, Alexis also resigned from her position as military minister on the grounds of old age. The Devers had originally drafted a few candidates to replace her: Leotychides, Matones, Lazarou, and Olivers. However, the other 3 refused to leave the army. In the end, Olivers, who had the least hope, became military minister. Go ahead. The marathon is just a super long-distance race. Why must it be named to commemorate the Battle of Marathon in Athens? Why not use some of the famous battles that our kingdom's army fought in the past? For example, the First Legion's long-distance attack on the Roman army in Woolsey, and our army's landing on Peleus Beach 5 years ago, the long-distance raid on Larissa. Isn't it better to use these battles as a name? Olivers tactfully suggested. Of course not. Devers rejected without hesitation. Whether it's the people from Rome or the people from Thessaly, they are all citizens of our kingdom. Using these battles as a name is disrespectful to them and will have a negative impact. The marathon is a battle between the Greeks and the people from Persia. Not only will we not have to worry about this, but it will also show our respect for the native Greeks, especially the people from Athens. It will help increase the native Greeks' recognition of us. At least, it will make them more eager to participate in this event. Your Majesty is right. In our reply from Athens, there are 5 athletes from Athens who have signed up for the marathon, Clodocatax added. Olivers's confusion disappeared. He nodded and said, Now I have no objections. Everyone, in order not to waste time, let's wait for the consul to finish his report. If you have any questions, let him answer them together, Devers reminded them in a calm tone. The hall immediately became very quiet. Clodocatax continued. Marathon, swimming, rowing, sailing, and military events, including the heaviest race, javelin throwing, horseback riding, and swimming. There are a total of 15 major events. At present, all the venues and necessary equipment for the events have been prepared. All regions of the kingdom and the city-states that have received the invitation, except for Persia, have promised to send athletes to participate. According to their replies, the total number of athletes participating in the event is 1982, with more than 50 participants in each event. According to the preliminary schedule, the event will last for 15 days. Therefore, we are going to empty all the hotels around the arenas and the royal guesthouse in the inner city of Turin to provide free accommodation and food for the athletes and officials sent by various regions and city-states to ensure that the athletes participating in the event can compete in a good condition. At first, because of the annual national rugby and football finals, the Turin City Hall set up temporary camps for athletes near the arenas. Later, hotels managed by the City Hall were built on these temporary camps to provide accommodation for the athletes who participate in the 2 games every year, as well as convenience for the tourists. As a result, the hotels are often full, earning a lot of profit for the City Hall. At the same time, we have also reached an agreement with the Carriage Association of Turin. During the event, They will be responsible for escorting the athletes to the venue to avoid being late. The Temple of Hades has organized a team of priests and referees from various temples. They have been training for several months and have basically mastered the judging standards of each event. I believe that the entire team of referees will be able to judge the issues in each event fairly and avoid cheating and other ugly phenomena. Lord Stasakotas has provided us with a lot of help. During the event, the medical department will send experienced medical teams to each venue to treat the injured athletes and spectators. Herpes has retired, so Stasakotas has taken over as the medical minister. Chapter 1248. In addition, we initially estimated that more than 100,000 tourists may come to Turin to watch the games during the games. This will inevitably put a great burden on the whole of Turin. I have had a discussion with Lord Agathia. Agathia was promoted to Lord Provost the year before last, and he has transferred a number of patrols from the neighboring districts to be deployed during the games to maintain order in the whole of the Tyrol district. Considering that half of these tourists may be visiting Turin for the first time, our preparatory team followed the method implemented when the football finals were first held and mobilized youths above the age of 16 from various Turin schools and Ionia schools to serve as volunteers for the games to help these tourists. After Clodocatax had spent more than 10 minutes explaining the preparatory work in a clear and organized manner, the ministers began to discuss in whispers. The first to ask was Minister of Finance Archipedes. Sir Consul, over the past 2 years, your preparatory team has withdrawn 1,000 talent silver from the national treasury. It is said that there is not much left. After the games, you will award a considerable amount of silver to the champion athletes of each event and hold a grand celebration banquet at the end of the games. I just want to ask, how much more money does the preparatory team need from the finance department? Considering that the person he was asking was the future king, Archipedes tried his best to control his tone. Clodocatax said with a smile, Sir Archipedes, the information you received is not accurate. The prize money for the winning athletes and the expenses for the final celebration banquet are included in the money previously allocated to the preparatory team by the finance department. Because it has already been allocated, it gives you such an illusion. In fact, the money is not only completely enough, but there should still be some left after the games. Then after the games, please return the remaining money to the finance department as soon as possible. Archipedes blurted out. As one of the members of the preparatory team, I would like to add another explanation. Flaccus, the Minister of Commerce, interjected. Marigi had resigned due to old age 2 years ago, and Flaccus, who had been recommended by Marigi, took over. His Highness Clodocatax spoke very modestly just now. In fact, by the end of the sports meet, the money in the hands of the preparatory team wasn't just a little, but a lot. First of all, most of the shops in the commercial streets that we have temporarily added in the city have been sold yesterday, and the rent we have received has already exceeded 100 talent. Moreover, there are many foreign businessmen who have registered at the business office of Turin and requested to rent shops during the games. Now, the newly added commercial streets are no longer enough. Last night, His Highness urgently convened the preparatory team for a small meeting and finally decided to add 3 more temporary markets near the ports of Castellan and Amendola. I believe that by the end of the games, we can earn about 300 talent just from the rent of the shops alone. The more Flaccus spoke, the more complacent he became. Also, the advertising spaces inside and outside the arenas have all been sold, and the income has also exceeded 100 talent. Placing and hanging advertising boards inside and outside the arenas has been implemented in Turin since 10 years ago. It is precisely because the annual football and rugby finals are in full swing that the Turin Devers inadvertently made this suggestion to Marigi. Marigi treated it like a treasure and immediately implemented it. In the beginning, the businessmen were unwilling to pay to place advertisements in the arenas, mainly to please Minister of Commerce Marigi. As a result, the sales of goods that were advertised in the arenas increased greatly. Since then, the practice of using the games to advertise became popular in the kingdom. In addition, according to the estimates of the Ministry of Commerce, the commercial tax of the entire Turin region will more than double in July because of the games. That is to say, there will be an additional income of at least 600 talent. Sir Archimedes, has this earned back the 1,000 talent that the finance department has previously paid? Not to mention, the holding of the games will increase the attractiveness of Turin to the people of the entire Mediterranean. After the games, the number of tourists coming to Turin should maintain a long-term growth, which is very good for our tax revenue. Great! The Devers patted the armrest of the throne and said with a smile, "The games haven't even started, and you've already earned so much money. It seems that our insistence on holding this games is not a waste of manpower and money because of a gamble. Instead, it is very beneficial to the national treasury." Upon hearing the Devers' words, the ministers who had initially expressed their opposition were slightly embarrassed. At this moment, the Minister of Education, Mentodicus, asked, "Your Highness, Turin has a dense population. I remember many years ago, the current dean of the Dionia Academy, Lysias, once wrote an article describing the hustle and bustle of Turin, as well as the busy sea and land transportation in order to ensure the food, clothing, and housing of the Turin people. Now that the games will be held in Turin, you just said that more than 100,000 people will swarm into Turin in a short period of time. 100,000 people is a huge number. Won't it crush the entire urban supply system of Turin and bring great difficulties to the lives of the Turin people?" Let me answer this question. Terrace, the regional governor of Turin, took over the conversation and said, "First, let's talk about food. The merchants of the kingdom are very shrewd. They have already predicted that the games will be very grand, so many restaurants and hotels have begun to stock up on food, cured meat, cattle, sheep, and wine in the past few months. According to the news I received, half of the warehouses in all the ports and markets have been used to store food. It should not be a problem to supply 500,000 to 600,000 people for a month. If there is still a shortage, I have reached an agreement with Lord Buckhurst. In case of emergency, we can use the granaries in the north of Turin to stabilize the possible rise of food prices in Turin. Let's talk about housing. Actually, there is no need to worry too much. Currently, most of the citizens in the urban areas and suburbs rely on renting houses for a living. There are enough houses for the tyrannical tourists. Moreover, the market will automatically guide the tourists not to live in the urban areas because the housing prices in the urban areas are bound to be expensive. The further away from the urban areas, the cheaper the rental prices will be. For example, places like Amendola, Castellan, Abyssinia, and even Cremissa. I think the tourists who come to watch the games are not necessarily rich. They will stay in Turin for more than 10 days or even a month. They will definitely decide where to stay based on the amount of gold and silver they bring. Also, trained volunteers will specially guide the tourists. When the tourists are scattered throughout the Turin region, I think the Turin people will not feel too crowded and noisy. Of course, in order to ensure that the tourists scattered throughout the Turin region can watch the games smoothly, we must also have fast and convenient transportation. Actually, this is not a big problem. The roads in Turin region are the best in the whole kingdom. Moreover, for this games, Lord Heraclide has personally supervised his subordinates to build new roads and bridges since last year. In addition, the Turin region's administrative office will issue some temporary decrees during the games. For example, piggyback teams are not allowed to enter the urban areas during the day. Goods will be transported by boat as much as possible. Also, besides watching the games, Turin people will try to reduce their travel as much as possible. In addition, the administrative office has specifically discussed with the Carriage Association, requesting them to transport passengers at the usual price during the games and provide good service. Just now, His Highness mentioned that Lord Agathia will strengthen the security of Turin region during the Games. Another important issue that needs to be paid attention to is to prevent fires. It's summer now and the weather is dry. During the Games there will be a lot of people. Once a fire breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, the Administrative Office has formulated a plan in this regard several months ago and has started to implement it. During the Games, the entire region's firefighting team must be on standby all day and be ready to set off at any time. Some volunteers have been assigned to be temporary firefighters. After receiving specialized training, they will be responsible for fire patrols in each street block. The firefighting team also requested that the homes of Turin residents must be equipped with a pool filled with water. After several rounds of inspections, all the streets have basically met the requirement. The Administrative Office has also organized fire prevention training in each street block. Very good. Terrace, the Turin Administrative Office is very thoughtful and well prepared. This makes me more confident about the success of the Games, Devers praised with a smile. Your Majesty, this is the result of the hard work of His Highness and the preparation team for more than a year. Terrace replied humbly. As the chief executive of the region, he was not supposed to attend the meeting of the ministers, but since the main topic of the meeting was the preparation for the Games, he had to attend. As a matter of fact, when Lucius and Hemont retired a few years ago, he participated in the election of the Senate as a candidate for the position of assistant minister, but he lost to Bagul and assists in the end. I heard that the Olympia, Delphi, Corinth's Poseidon priests, and the Parthenon temple in Athens all refused to come to Turin to participate in the training of the judges. What did the preparation team do about it? Topyrus, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, asked. I'd like to ask the Honorable Priest Plesinus to answer this question. Clodocatax smiled and made an inviting gesture. According to the rules, Priest Plesinus was not allowed to attend the meeting of the ministers of the kingdom, but as a member of the preparation team, he had received an invitation today. Although he was already over 70 years old, his face was still glowing and his spirit was hale and hearty. He smiled and looked even more benevolent. Before answering Lord Topyrus' question, I would first like to sincerely thank His Majesty for holding such a grand sports meeting with such great courage, giving the Temple of Hades such a good opportunity to show the light and glory of God Hades to the world. Chapter 1249. Having said that, Plesinus stood up, raised his palms to the sky, and bowed respectfully to the Devers. The Devers returned the same solemn bow. According to the law of Dionia, the king of Dionia was also the high priest of the Temple of Hades. Then, he said half jokingly and half seriously, My scepter priest, don't be mistaken. The Dionia sports meet is a grand ceremony for the gods, not just for the great Hades. Your Majesty, that is indeed what we claim to the public. However, as the leader of the entire priest adjudicator group and the host of the entire sports meet, the Temple of Hades will undoubtedly expand our influence in the Mediterranean Sea through this sports meet and strengthen our communication and management with the other temples. Plesinus said seriously, according to the law of the kingdom and the alliance agreement, the Temple of Hades has the right to supervise the other temples. 10 years ago, with the approval of Your Majesty, the Temple of Hades has officially begun to convene the annual priest assembly of the temples of the kingdom and the alliance. However, in recent years, other than the active cooperation of the priests of the kingdom, the priests of the other temples of the alliance have more or less been reluctant and perfunctory. The Olympia, Delphi, and the priests of Athens have been the least cooperative. During the annual temple assembly, they would either find all sorts of reasons to not attend, or only send candidates with low status. We can't punish them severely. After all, they are only under the supervision of the Temple of Hades in name, and they use forceful means to achieve their goals. This goes against the principles of mercy and freedom of belief of the Hades. This time, The rumor that the Olympia, Delphi, Corinth, and the priests of Athens refused to come to Turin as referees is true. I think it is understandable. After all, they have their own sports meet, and according to tradition, they rarely invite each other's priests to be referees in their own sports meet. On the other hand, our sports meet is open to the entire Mediterranean Sea, and we have even sent an invitation to our enemy country, Persia. Up until now, the range of athletes who have signed up for the sports meet is so wide, the number of participants is so high, the prize money for the champion is so generous, and the number of sports held is so many. The scale of the sports meet will definitely be much larger than all the other sports meet. That is why these priests are unwilling to see the sports meet of Dionia, fearing that it will take away the glory that these traditional sports meet enjoy. I can understand their concern, but their cowardly attitude of covering their eyes and pretending to be blind makes me feel both ridiculous and a little pitiful. Judging from the current situation, the number of tourists who will be coming to Turin to watch the sports meet will definitely far exceed the previous sports meet. Furthermore, they will come from all over the Mediterranean Sea, and the range is very wide. This means that the Dionia sports meet has become the focus of the entire Mediterranean Sea. The absence of the priests of these four factions doesn't affect us at all, because the other alliances have actively sent out their own priests from the Acropolis temple, such as Mandinia, Thebes, Agos, Euboea, and Crete. There are even high priests leading the teams. Currently, the priest referees of our sports meet have sufficient numbers. After training, they have familiarized themselves with the rules and punishments of the various sports meet. After discussion, the referees have formulated two main rules. The first rule is to draw lots to decide the referees for each event. The second rule is to announce the name of the referees and the god they serve to the contestants and spectators before the competition starts. The contestants must follow the referees and swear an oath to the god they serve to ensure the fairness of the competition. I believe that after the sports meet ends, some of the previously unknown gods of the Acropolis temple will begin to attract the attention of the people. Some of the previously famous gods of the Acropolis temple will transcend their own race and spread their fame to the entire Mediterranean Sea. The priests of the Olympia, Delphi, Athens, and Corinth temples will not be participating in the Dionia sports meet. It isn't our regret, but their regret. His Majesty once said, "The Dionia sports meet isn't just held once, but once every 4 years, just like the Olympia Games." I believe that perhaps when the second or third Dionia sports meet is held, they will take the initiative to request to participate without us taking the initiative to invite them. Well said, Prince Pleasantness. The Devers patted the armrest of the chair with both hands and said with a slightly excited voice, "The Dionia sports meet will set off a new trend with a brand new competition format and an unprecedented scale. It will become the grandest celebration in the entire Mediterranean Sea, and the most dazzling poem to show the image and strength of Dionia." After that, the Devers calmed down a little and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Influenced by the entire report, everyone seemed a little excited, and they all whispered to each other. Suddenly, a voice sounded, "Your Majesty, we have no more questions. Now, we just hope that the sports meet will start soon." As soon as this was said, there was a burst of friendly laughter in the hall. Obviously, this was agreed with by everyone. The one who spoke was the assistant minister, Hacker. As a relative of Clodocatax, he had always tried his best to help the consul. The Devers said, "Thank you, Clodocatax, Pleasantness, Hacker, Terrace, all the members of the preparation team. You have done an outstanding job so far. The sports meet will start in less than a month. I hope that you will not slack off and continue to work hard until the sports meet is successfully completed. Then we will celebrate your success." "Yes, Your Majesty." Clodocatax and the others immediately bowed in response. Hosting the sports meet is the most important event in the kingdom. I hope that everyone will do their best to cooperate with the preparation team to ensure that it will be held successfully. The Devers looked around at everyone and tapped his fingers on the throne. After a while, he said, "Let's stop talking about the sports meet for now. Is there anything else?" "Your Majesty," Hacker, the assistant minister, said, "this year, the Ligurian region has been attacked by the Gauls from beyond the mountains twice. Although they did not cause any losses, we have to be vigilant. 3 days ago, the commander of the northern border, Hasdrubal, sent a letter requesting to lead the army to attack the neighboring Gauls through the narrow path along the coast to completely guarantee the safety of the northern border. However, until now, the Ministry of Military Affairs has not given a clear reply. Does Your Majesty have any special considerations regarding this matter? Ever since Dionia conquered Mountain Gaul and successfully suppressed a few Gauls' rebellions, their rule over the middle reaches of the Po River became more and more stable. The Veneti in the lower reaches of the Po River were afraid of Dionia's power, so they voluntarily submitted to Dionia and became their subordinate. Only the Ligurians in the upper reaches of the Po River showed strong hostility towards Dionia. They frequently stirred up disputes along the border, causing Dionia to go to war with them. However, unlike the conquest of Mountain Gaul, the war between Dionia and Liguria was a small-scale, long-term battle. Often, it was a battle between the border army stationed at the Po River and 1 or 2 Ligurian tribes. Later on, with the help of the Gaul reserve army, and the spies sent by the kingdom to divide and conquer the Ligurian tribes, Dionia always had the upper hand. Since Dionia fought in close quarters, they did not send out many troops each time, which did not put much pressure on their logistics. Therefore, the war against the Ligurians lasted as long as 7 years. Last year, they completely conquered the entire territory and sent a new border army to guard the Ligurian region. At the same time, Hasdrubal was appointed as the commander of the northern border of Italy. He was in charge of the 2 border armies in the north, and when necessary, he also had the temporary command of the 19th Legion, stationed at the Po River. This matter has been reported to me by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and I admire Commander Hasdrubal's determination to maintain the security of the northern border. The Devers replied solemnly, however, the 2 northern regions are very different from the other regions. The Ligurians and Mountain Gaul are very strong races. The Po River region has been annexed to the kingdom for more than 10 years, but the speed at which the Gaul assimilated into the kingdom is still very slow. This is why we are still stationed at the border. Liguria has just been annexed to the kingdom, and the situation is not yet stable. According to the report from the Ministry of Military Affairs, the invasion of the Mountain Gaul did not pose much of a threat to us. They can only invade through the narrow passageway by the sea. Our border army has built a strong fortress there, and we easily repelled their attack without causing any damage to the Ligurian region. Therefore, for a long time to come, the mission of the northern border army is to defend the border and maintain the stability of the region. It is not advisable to take the risk to attack. In addition, according to the information we've received from the Massilians over the years, although the north of the Alps is densely forested, the terrain is flat and vast. The land is fertile, and there are tens of thousands of Gallic tribes living there. Without sufficient preparation, we shouldn't take the risk of crossing the Alps for the time being to avoid triggering a protracted war between the Gauls and the kingdom. Your Majesty, if that is the case, should we ask the Ministry of Intelligence to send people to investigate the Mountain Gaul region in detail, and then split up the tribes that are friendly to our kingdom, and prepare for the possible war in the future? Hacker said after some deliberation. Also, can we ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send messengers to the Mountain Gaul tribes that are adjacent to the Ligurian region and express the kingdom's goodwill? If we can open up trade with them, I believe that not only will the Mountain Gaul reduce their invasion of Liguria, but it will also be beneficial to the development of trade at the northern border. Chapter 1250. That's a good suggestion. The Devers nodded and praised. Topyrus, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will send out ambassadors as soon as possible to the neighboring tribes of Liguria and Gaul for friendly negotiations. As for the Ministry of Intelligence, they have already started their operations in Gaul. Yes, Your Majesty. The Foreign Affairs Minister Topyrus immediately stood up and responded. Is there anything else? The Devers continued to ask. Your Majesty. Clodocatax coughed softly and said, Yesterday, the organizing team received a clear reply from Egypt. They will be sending a delegation of nearly 100 people to this sports competition. The leader will be Pharaoh Tanib's son, Jehau. Is it Jehau who has been designated as the next pharaoh by Tanib? The Devers was slightly surprised. Yes, we have confirmed repeatedly that the delegation will be led by Egypt's vizier Jehau. Your Majesty, the Pharaoh of Egypt has actually sent his heir to Turin to watch the sports competition. This will undoubtedly show the world the strength of the kingdom. At the same time, it will also show the strong friendship between Dionia and Egypt. Topyrus said excitedly, I suggest that we should welcome the Egyptian delegation with a grand ceremony to show our respect for Egypt. That's what we should do. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be responsible for the arrangements. The Devers did not show any signs of joy. Instead, he said with a serious expression, according to the Ministry of Intelligence, Tanib has been bedridden for 3 months. I have written a letter to send the best doctor to Egypt to treat him, but he politely refused. Although we don't know the details of his current condition, his state is completely under Jehau's control. It is obvious that his condition is very serious. Under such circumstances, Jehau actually came to Turin in person, just for friendship? The ministers fell into deep thought. At this moment, Aristiras, the director of intelligence who was sitting at the back of the group, stood up and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, the intelligence department has found out that Nectaneb, the cousin of Jehau, has received the support of many Egyptian generals and monks. They have repeatedly objected to Jehau's ruling of the country and even claimed that he is the most suitable successor to the pharaoh. This poses a great threat to Jehau's succession. We also found out that this Nectaneb seems to have dealings with Persia. In the beginning, the chief of the Ministry of Intelligence was not allowed to attend the council of the kingdom. However, the information obtained by the Ministry of Intelligence was often the focus of discussion at the meeting, and when Aristiras was required to give a detailed explanation, he was always invited to the meeting. In the end, the assistant ministers changed the rules and made Aristiras a frequent visitor to the council of the kingdom. The news he revealed immediately caused a heated discussion among the ministers in the hall. Your Majesty, Jehau has led the Egyptian emissaries to Turai at this crucial moment. It's obvious that he has felt threatened by Nectanebes and has no choice but to come to the kingdom to seek support. The assistant minister, Cypros, said loudly, In this regard, we should express our support to him without hesitation to strengthen his confidence. Now that the kingdom and Persia are mortal enemies, Egypt, which is adjacent to Persia, is the most important ally that the kingdom can use to contain Persia, and even attack Persia in the future. We must not lose Egypt. As soon as Cypros's voice trailed off, Antares stood up. But it's not enough for us to just verbally support Egypt. Tanibus has only been bedridden for a long time, and has not passed away. However, as the heir of the pharaoh, and also the representative of the kingdom, Jehau has come all the way to Turai to seek help. This means that neither Tanibus nor Jehau can rely on their own power to eliminate the threat of Nectanebes. With the support of Persia, Nectanebes should have the ability to start a riot, and finally seize the throne of Egypt. Therefore, we must take action, just like we did 5 years ago, and send troops to Egypt to strengthen Jehau's rule. Egypt is only an ally of Dionia, not a subsidiary. If we want to send troops, we must first ask Jehau, or an ally will become an enemy, Cypros reminded. According to diplomatic practice, this should be done. Antares then said, but we have to consider that Jie Hao is only a young man less than 30 years old. It is said that when he was the representative of the kingdom, he resolutely changed the law that Pharaoh Tanibas had insisted on for many years in Egypt. Young people are often too confident to see the situation clearly. What if he can't invite us to send reinforcements in time? We must be prepared for this in advance. Ever since Lysias and Hemont retired, Sidorum was also old and basically did not care much about the affairs of the kingdom. The title of chief assistant minister fell to Cypros and Antares. Therefore, such scenes were often seen in the executive council of the ministers. Of course, under normal circumstances, it was Antares who took the initiative. At this time, Oliver stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, since the beginning of last year, when Persia quelled the rebellion in Asia Minor, the army of Persia quickly retreated to the east of Mesopotamia. At that time we all thought that because the Persia had been fighting non-stop for more than 3 years, their national strength was greatly depleted, and that the king of Persia had given up on the plan to conquer Egypt. But now it seems that the greedy Persia did not give up, but just changed their strategy. They used the method that they used to successfully quell the rebellion in Asia Minor on the Egyptians. They want to bribe the generals of Egypt and cause civil strife in Egypt, so that it will be easier to conquer Egypt. This must arouse our vigilance. This king of Persia is sinister, cunning, and vengeful. Back then, because your Majesty rejected the request of Persia's envoy to sue for peace on behalf of Carthage, he began to hate us, Dionia, and instigated the Greek city-states to go against us. The more Oliver spoke, the angrier he became. In the past 4 years, not only did we provide material aid to the rebels in Asia Minor, but we also allowed the Greek allies to actively accept employment from the governors of the various regions in Asia Minor, and to send their citizens to participate in the war. We have long been regarded as Artaxerxes' #1 enemy. I am afraid that this time, Persia did not only take action against Egypt, but also other plots against the kingdom. We can no longer respond passively, but should take the initiative. While the national strength of Persia has not recovered, send an army to attack Persia." As soon as this was said, many of the ministers were shocked. The original focus of the meeting was to discuss the holding of the sports competition. Why did they suddenly talk about waging war against Persia? Sidorum coughed a few times and said in a hoarse voice, "I remember we discussed this last year, but it was rejected without hesitation. Why are you mentioning this again today?" "Sir Sidorum." Oliver's bowed slightly to show his respect, but his tone was still firm. "The reason why this proposal was rejected last year was because we did not expect that the rebel army in Asia Minor would suddenly collapse, and the Persians were able to quickly pacify the riots in the west that had lasted for several years. In addition, the kingdom wanted to hold a sports meeting, so it was not approved. But after more than a year of investigation, we have found out that the rapid collapse of the rebels in Asia Minor was due to Artaxerxes bribing and roping in some of the rebel generals and nobles in Asia Minor. They assassinated Aeliobazines and other rebel leaders, which allowed Persia to win. However, after more than a year of quelling the rebellion, Persia did not establish an effective rule in Asia Minor. The political situation there is still relatively chaotic, which will reduce the resistance of our attack on Persia. The Dionia sports competition will be held next month. Not only will it not take up most of the kingdom's energy, but it will also boost the confidence of the people because of the success of the competition. Moreover, after 5 years of rest, the kingdom has sufficient food, resources, and soldiers, and has complete control over the Greek alliance. Thessaly has also integrated into the kingdom, so our sphere of influence extends across the Aegean Sea to the east, all the way to the coast of Asia Minor. With such a great strategic advantage, we should seize this great opportunity to attack Persia. Persia is not Carthage or Greece. It is a vast kingdom with a large population. Even though its national power has declined due to the war, compared to it, Dionia is still like a wolf facing a sick cow. It is not easy to defeat such a kingdom. Has the Ministry of Military Affairs drawn up a detailed attack plan? Assist's question was more like an invitation for the military minister to explain further. Of course. Chief of Staff Printos took the opportunity to stand up and explained, Your Majesty, my lords, since the attack on Persia proposal was rejected last year, the Ministry of Military Affairs has been further exploring how to defeat Persia. Through intelligence collection and many simulated battlefield simulations, the Ministry of Military Affairs finally drew up an attack plan, and its general strategy is, Printos cleared his throat to make his pronunciation clearer, take full advantage of the chaotic situation in Asia Minor and send an army of about 50,000 to attack the western part of Asia Minor. This army may not be made up of all the citizens of Dionia. The kingdom is the leader of the Greek alliance, so we can mobilize the Greek allies and form a coalition army under the slogan of Revenge on Persia to attack the western part of Asia Minor. Greece, especially the Ionian city-states, are very close to Asia Minor, which will make it easier for us to transport food. In addition, it will also help us to quickly gain the support of the Greek city-states along the coast of Asia Minor. During the battle against the rebels in Asia Minor a few years ago, the king of Persia had promised the Greek city-states along the coast of Asia Minor that he was willing to give them more autonomy, so these city-states basically remained neutral and did not support the rebels. Chapter 1251. Printos continued, but according to the latest intelligence, the king of Persia did not fulfill his promise. Therefore, these city-states have a lot of complaints. The Greek coalition army in Asia Minor will most likely receive their support. More than 20 years ago, Agesilaus led the Sparta coalition army, which consisted mainly of mercenaries, to conquer the western part of Asia Minor. Now, the situation in Asia Minor is more favorable to the kingdom. Our coalition army will be more invincible when we attack Asia Minor. Wait a minute, I think there's a problem here. Bagul could not help but interrupt. I've seen the map of Persia. The territory of Asia Minor is very vast, and most of it is mountainous. Even if we have the upper hand in the beginning, as the army advances eastward, the food supply will be a big problem. The land transportation line is too long, and the sea transportation. The Persia will not sit idly by. They also have a powerful fleet. They will definitely attack our transport team and cut off the sea transportation line. If that happens, our army will be in trouble. Lord Bagul is right. Printos replied with a serious expression, but in fact, attacking Asia Minor is only the first step of our military plan. The second step is also the most important step, which is to defeat and destroy the fleet of Persia. The kingdom and Persia are thousands of miles apart. In between them is the vast eastern Mediterranean Sea. If we want our army to fight in Persia's territory and not be troubled by logistics, we must control the eastern Mediterranean Sea, especially Persia's sea. Therefore, we need to gather the first, second, third, and fourth fleets, as well as the allied warships to form a large fleet stationed at the ports of Piraeus or Philai. Once the Persia fleet advances westward into the Aegean Sea, they will attack the Greek coalition army's transport fleet that landed in Asia Minor. Then, our coalition army can take the opportunity to launch a decisive battle with the Persia fleet. Once we defeat them, our coalition army can take advantage of the situation and advance eastward. Hacker coughed loudly and interrupted Printos. He then asked slowly, the Persia fleet is also powerful. May I ask, Lord Printos, why is the Ministry of Military Affairs so confident that our fleet can defeat them? Printos said confidently, Your Majesty, my lords. After repeated analysis and deduction, the Ministry of Military Affairs believes that the Dionysian army has the absolute advantage over Persia, not the Dionysian army. Hacker's words surprised some of the ministers. Printos answered confidently, Persia's main territory is inland. It has never been a nation that is good at sailing. Its fleet is mainly made up of warships and crews provided by Phoenicia, Cyprus, Syria, Asia Minor, and the Greek coastal city-states in Persia. Due to their complicated origins and great differences in language and culture, it is not easy to combine them into a unified fleet that is completely obedient and dares to fight to the death. This is why the Greek fleet led by the Athens fleet has always been able to win, even though it has far fewer warships than Persia's fleet. Our fleet, on the other hand, acts strictly according to military law. We have persisted in military training for a long time. Our tactics are flexible, and we fight bravely. Secondly, the Persia fleet has not participated in any major battles for decades. They are seriously lacking in naval warfare. In this aspect, they obviously cannot be compared to our fleet. Also, the main force of the Persia fleet is the Phoenicians. Printos glanced at Hacker, who was deep in thought, and continued, "We had a naval battle with the Phoenician fleet more than 10 years ago. In the end, the Phoenician fleet that came to rescue Carthage was almost completely destroyed. But according to the information we received, the Persia fleet did not learn from this failure. For the past 10 years, their naval tactics have not changed much, and their warships have not improved much. On the other hand, several of our fleets had been using the Persians as an imaginary enemy for the past few years and had been conducting targeted training. Not only that, we had also worked together with the Dionysia Academy and the shipyards to improve our warships. Since we had about the same number of warships as the Persians, the well-prepared Royal Navy had the absolute advantage. The only shortcoming is that the main base of the Persia fleet is too far away from us. So, we have to rely on the Greek allied forces to attack in the west of Asia Minor to lure the Persia fleet into the Aegean Sea, and then completely defeat them." Printos waved his fist, and his voice became excited. "The victorious Kingdom Navy can seize the opportunity when the strength of the Persia Navy is greatly weakened. They can continue to advance eastward, or use Egypt as a temporary naval base, or capture Cyprus with the support of Egypt. They can completely seal off the coast of Syria and Carthage. Egypt is very important to us. We must maintain its friendship with the kingdom and ensure the stability of its domestic order. Once we control the eastern Mediterranean, the kingdom can send its main force of more than 10 legions eastward without any worries. They can dock in Egypt or land in Canaan. They can conquer Phoenicia and Syria, enter Mesopotamia, and go straight to Babylon. If the Persia army is still fighting with the Greek allied forces in Asia Minor, it will not be able to make it back in time. Even if the main force of the Egyptian army is not sent to Asia Minor and can intercept it in time, we still have to worry about whether the Greek allied forces will circle to its rear from the north and form a pincer attack with the main force of the kingdom. Under such a disadvantageous situation, the Persia army basically has no chance of winning against our army in a decisive battle with the morale of our army. The Persia may also choose not to fight with our army and choose to defend Babylon." Assists reminded, "I heard that Babylon is a huge city with unusually tall and strong walls, and the wide Euphrates River as a barrier. It is not a city that can be conquered in a short period of time. If the siege continues for too long, our food supplies will be tight, and the Persia may also recover, which will lead to a change in the situation that is not in our favor." Lord Assists, you are right. If the Persia adopts a defensive strategy, it will indeed cause more trouble for us. After responding tactfully, Printos changed the topic. However, it will cause more trouble for the Persia. Although Persia is a large country with a vast land, it is not like a kingdom that can effectively govern various regions. Its rule is not too firm, and many regions rely on the local races to take care of themselves. Therefore, there was the independence of Egypt, the riots of the Dukia people, and then the rebellion of Asia Minor. Artaxerxes did not do a good job in suppressing them, so his prestige is not high, and the nobles and the people are not very convinced. Once our army enters the heart of Persia, the Mesopotamian plain, the Persia army will hide behind the high walls and watch us destroy villages and farmlands. This will definitely make the local people disappointed in Artaxerxes, which may lead to a new rebellion and division. Only by gathering his army and defeating us can he regain the trust of the Persia people. Therefore, I think a decisive battle is inevitable. Printos roughly explained the plan drawn up by the Ministry of Military Affairs. The hall was silent. The ministers looked at each other, silently communicating with their eyes, but no one spoke. After a while, the Devers spoke. Clodocatax, what do you think of the plan of the Ministry of Military Affairs? A few years ago, in Greece, Printos actively assisted Clodocatax and finally won the war. Since then, the two had established a friendship, and they often met after returning to Turin. But at this time, the consul of the kingdom glanced at Printos, then faced his father and said calmly, "Your Majesty, the plan made by the Ministry of Military Affairs sounds very reasonable. We have a great advantage over Persia, and if we carry out this plan, it will be very easy for us to win. However, fighting a war thousands of miles away means a great risk in itself. Whether it is the transportation of military supplies or the transmission of information, it will be more difficult than before. Moreover, we are attacking a large country with a vast territory. Whether it is the generals or the soldiers, it is a completely unfamiliar land. The situation there is complicated, and accidents may happen at any time. Just like during the war in Greece, we initially hoped to minimize the hatred of the Greek city-state. Starting from Sparta, we will conquer the powerful city-states one by one, and finally control the whole of Greece. Unexpectedly, the Greek city-states quickly united and formed the Greek alliance to fight against us, forcing us to invest more troops, thus rapidly expanding the war. At that time, the kingdom was able to change the plan in time and make the right response because Greece was very close to us. But now, Persia is too far away from us. Perhaps by the time we receive the news and discuss the contingency plan, the army in Persia will encounter new difficulties, or even fail. And once they fail, they will face the danger of annihilation. Therefore, I think we should be cautious when using troops against Persia. In addition, although the political situation in the kingdom is relatively stable, Master Hacker has just said that the Gauls in the north are a threat to our territory, and the natives in the north of Iberia also occasionally attack our territory in the south. The natives in the mountains on the east coast of the Adriatic Sea are also threatening the safety of our Thessaly region and the Greek allies. There are still so many unsafe factors within the kingdom's sphere of influence. In other words, there are still so many lands near the kingdom that we need to conquer in order to ensure the peace and security of the people of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. We should first focus on doing this, and not be tempted by the wealth of Persia. Even if we defeat the army of Persia, it will be difficult to conquer the people there and integrate them into the kingdom, because they are a powerful race that is completely different from us. They have a culture and glory that does not belong to us. They will not be willing to be ruled by us. Perhaps we need to invest a lot of manpower and material resources to maintain our rule in Persia, but is it worth it? After all, the foundation of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia is in the Western Mediterranean, in Italy. Chapter 12:52. Well said. The foundation of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia is in the Western Mediterranean, in Italy. The Devers did not show any dissatisfaction because of his son's opposition to launching a war against Persia. Instead, he laughed and looked at his son with relief in his eyes. Clodocatax, I hope you remember what you just said, and let your descendants remember it in the future. Focus on governing the Western Mediterranean, so that the Holy Kingdom of Dionia can be at peace for a long time. Yes, Your Majesty. Clodocatax responded respectfully. But if Dionia wants to attack Persia, it's not because of its wealth and land, but because it wants to take the initiative. It wants to seize the favorable opportunity when Persia's national strength is weak and completely defeat it. At that time, according to the situation, we can either support a few puppets in Persia, or split it into multiple countries to reduce the threat to the kingdom. Compared to directly annexing the land, these methods should be more effective and less laborious. The Devers said calmly, "As for the difficulties you mentioned about attacking Persia, which war in the past that Dionia has experienced did not have difficulties and accidents. It's just that the difficulty of facing Persia is greater. Why is it that our Dionysia is able to win and defeat our opponents every single time? It's because we attach great importance to each opponent. We have meticulous planning and preparation, so we have more advantages. Since the establishment of the kingdom, Persia is the only strong enemy left in the entire Mediterranean. Artaxerxes and I both know that there will be a war between the two sides, so he instigated the Greek city-states to unite against us. When the rebellion broke out in Asia Minor, I had thought of sending troops to attack Persia. But at that time, the war in Greece had just ended, and we had consumed a lot of military supplies. The Greek alliance had just been established and needed to be consolidated, and Thessaly had just been conquered and needed time to digest. So I had to give up this idea. But the Ministry of Military Affairs has always been targeting Persia. In recent years, it has been conducting military training and improving weapons and equipment for Persia, which has accumulated many advantages over Persia today. Therefore, the plan to attack Persia can no longer be delayed. I believe that with Hades' blessing, we will definitely be victorious in the end." After hearing the Devers' words, Sitaram understood everything. Sure enough, it was His Majesty the Devers' idea to attack Persia. He just asked the Ministry of Military Affairs to propose it. He might have even discussed it with Bagul and the assists beforehand and put on a show in the palace hall. Sidoram glanced at Olivers and Printos, then at Bagul and assists. He then lowered his eyes and remained silent. At this moment, the Devers let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Yesterday, I went to visit Amintas. Because of his old injuries, he could no longer sit up. He could only lie on the bed and talk to me. He told me a lot about the past, especially about his adventure in Persia. He said, from a refugee with nothing, he became an important minister of a powerful kingdom in the Mediterranean Sea. He doesn't have too many regrets in this life. The only regret is that he may not be able to see the Dionysian army attack Persia and retrieve the bodies of his mercenary companions who died in foreign lands. He will also be able to take revenge on the Persia who hunted us like cattle and sheep." Speaking of this, the Devers sighed again and said, "Aminta's words touched me a lot. I still clearly remember that we spent a lot of effort to escape from Persia and rested in Byzantium. Burkos, do you still remember? You came all the way to Byzantium and wanted to hire us to fight against the Lucarians in Turii." I agreed. The Minister of Agriculture, Burkos, stood up shakily and said in excitement, "Your Majesty, of course I remember. I heard that a group of Greek mercenaries fought for thousands of miles in Persia and successfully returned to the Aegean Sea. Therefore, I believed that as long as I could hire this group of mercenaries, we would definitely be able to defeat the Lucarians. However, the mercenary leaders all rejected my invitation. Just when I was feeling desperate, Your Majesty agreed to my request without hesitation and gave me hope. Who would have thought that this small invitation would create a powerful kingdom and change the power structure of the entire Mediterranean Sea?" The Devers recalled the past and sighed with emotion. Yeah, no one can predict the future of the world. Therefore, the Sparta army and the Byzantines were afraid that we would accept the invitation from Turii and take the opportunity to rebel, so they made a harsh request. Unless we take off our armors, put down our weapons, and enter Byzantium naked, only then will we be allowed to leave by ship at the port. The former mercenary leaders blindly believed the words of the Persia generals and entered the Persia camp to negotiate with them. In the end, they were killed. Therefore, the mercenaries were very wary of them. I tried my best to convince them. That day, we put down our weapons and walked into Byzantium. However, we were humiliated by the Sparta and the Byzantines. The road to the port was really hard to walk. Your Majesty, I also remember what happened that day clearly. With tears in his eyes, Oliver gritted his teeth and said, "They called us lowly bastards and told us to get out of Byzantium and not stain their land. Some of them even threatened that, if we didn't run faster, they would chop our bodies into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Not only did they curse us, but they also threw all kinds of things at us. I was standing beside your Majesty, and I saw with my own eyes that you were hit by a few rotten fruits. Your face was a little swollen, but you endured it. After we got on the ship, many of them were furious. They swore in the name of the gods that they would return the humiliation to the Byzantines one day." It was the first time that Clodocatax heard his father talk about the bitter past. He clenched his fists and was about to say something. Devers's eyes quickly glanced at Oliver's and Alpine's, who were both furious. Then, he looked at the others who had serious expressions on their faces and said in a heavy tone, "It was these mercenaries who went through hardships and were despised by the people who came to Greece. They fought hard and created the powerful Holy Kingdom of Dionia. They are the founders of the kingdom, but we owe them an explanation. Mercis, Xpit, Xantiparis. They have already left this world, and Amintas, Alexis, and Felicius. In a few years they will probably follow in their footsteps. Do we want these heroes of the kingdom to go to Elysee with regrets? Moreover, among the Dionysian army, they are the most familiar with the combat characteristics of the Persia army, and they are also the most familiar with the geography and customs of Persia. Shouldn't we launch an attack on Persia while some of them are still barely able to put on their armor and go to battle? This way, we can solve the hidden danger of the kingdom and fulfill their wish. Elites of the kingdom, do you agree or disagree? Please tell us your opinion now." After a moment of silence in the palace, Clodocatax, Assists, Cypros, Antares, Hacker, Bagul, and the other ministers all responded loudly, "Your Majesty, I agree that the kingdom will declare war on Persia after the sports meet." "Good, good, good." The Devers looked at the excited Olivers, Assists, and the others. He suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Since everyone agrees, then the attack on Persia is decided." He paused for a moment and continued, "I have read the report of the sports meet organizing team. The city-states of the Greek alliance that accepted the invitation will send their most important officials to participate. We can take this opportunity to convene a high-level meeting of the Greek alliance and reach an agreement with them to form an allied army to fight against Persia. I will leave this matter to you, to Pyrrhus, to arrange." "Yes, Your Majesty." After deciding on the most important matter, the Devers looked at his son again and said in a deep voice, "Clodocatax, the few problems you mentioned about the expedition to Persia, such as the distance is too far, the kingdom cannot receive the latest news from the front line in time, nor can they transmit new orders in time. In the face of complex situations, the generals do not dare to make decisions on their own, and so on. These problems are indeed worthy of our attention, but the solution to these problems is also very simple, and that is, I will personally lead the troops to battle." Everyone was taken aback. Sidorum blurted out, "Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot." "Why not?" "Ever since I came to Greece, I personally led the army and conquered Lucania, Crotone, Syracuse, Massapi and Puccetti, Rome and Carthage. I won one victory after another and helped the kingdom get through the most difficult period, gradually becoming stronger." Divers interrupted him with a stiff tone and said confidently, "Ever since I came to Greece, I personally led the army and conquered Lucania, Crotone, Syracuse, Massapi and Puccetti, Rome and Carthage. The upcoming war with Persia is undoubtedly important to the kingdom. It is related to the life and death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and the rise and fall of the kingdom. Other than me, who else can undertake such an important mission and have the confidence to win the final victory?" Some shrewd ministers heard the hidden meaning in the Devers' words. Dionia was going to use all the forces of the kingdom to attack Persia, and there was some uneasiness in handing such a huge force to a general. What's more, after the victory, great glory would be added to the general, which increased the uneasiness. Therefore, it was the safest for the king to personally lead the troops to battle. Of course, Clodocatax was also aware of this problem, but he still suggested worriedly, the environment and climate of Persia are different from that of the kingdom, and this is a 1,000-mile expedition, it will definitely be more tiring. Your Majesty, Father, you are already old, and you should not undertake such a difficult expedition. Let me go on behalf of you. Chapter 1253. Clotho. The Devers called his son's nickname and said with relief, I'm happy that you're so filial, but I'm the same as Amintas and the others. I've been hoping for this for decades. Do you want me to go to Élysée with regret? Clodocatax was stunned and did not know how to answer. The Devers smiled and said, Don't worry. I led the mercenaries to fight in Persia for more than a year and never fell sick. I've completely adapted to the climate and food there. Although I'm old now, I've never stopped exercising and rarely get sick. My body is still in good shape, isn't it? Yes, Your Majesty. According to the comprehensive analysis of your previous physical examinations, the functions of your organs are almost the same as a healthy middle-aged man. Medical Minister Stesichodas said truthfully. Clotho, did you hear that? Maybe my body is even better than yours. The Devers laughed and said in a determined tone, Everyone, I'm already 60 years old. I've been in the army all my life and won countless victories. This will be my last battle. Let me eliminate this last strong enemy for the holy kingdom of Dionia that we've built together. Clodocatax wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed helplessly. The ministers looked at each other and no one objected. At this time, Sidorum stood up and asked, Your Majesty, you're going to lead the army on an expedition. How will the kingdom's affairs be arranged? The Devers was prepared. He said slowly, Consul Clodocatax will take charge of the affairs of the kingdom. You and the other ministers will do your best to help. In fact, this is how the kingdom's administrative office has been running for the past few years. I believe that after my expedition, you can do better. No one objected to the Devers' arrangement. Some even thought that 5 years ago, when His Majesty Devers appointed his son Clodocatax as consul and began to handle the affairs of the kingdom, he might have already had the intention to go to Persia. Everyone, today's meeting has decided on the expedition to Persia. After this, we will have in-depth discussions on this and make some secret preparations. Devers looked around at the crowd and said solemnly, But, in order to ensure that the sports meet goes smoothly, we won't announce it to the public for now. I hope that everyone will abide by the kingdom's laws and not leak this out. Yes, Your Majesty. After the administrative meeting ended, the Devers returned to their office. Just as they sat down, Henoboris came in and reported, Your Majesty, Aristyras requests to see you. Let him in. Aristras walked over slowly and bowed respectfully. Eris, if you are here to ask me about the resignation you submitted last time. The Devers looked at him and said softly, I will not agree to it for the time being. You have heard in the meeting just now that I will personally conquer Persia, so the stability of the kingdom still needs your help, and you still need to work hard for a while. What do you think? Your Majesty, I agree, Aristyras answered straightforwardly. But I have one more thing to report to you. Very well, speak. Prince Phili of the Kingdom of Macedonia, whom you have asked the intelligence department to focus on, has been discovered by the intelligence officers in Thessaly to blend in with the Macedonian emissaries and is on his way to Thurii. Blend in with the Macedonian emissaries? The Devers' heart skipped a beat. You mean that he is not participating in the sports meet as a Macedonian prince? Even his mother and brother do not know that he has left Macedonia? They should know by now, Aristyras explained. Aristyras explained, Then I received a secret report from Thessaly. Not long after the Macedonian emissary delegation left by ship, the Macedonian royal guards were searching for him in the city of Aegae. I estimate that Macedonia will soon send another emissary to Thurii to find their emissaries and strengthen the protection of Philly. It is even possible that they will make Philly's identity public. The Devers understood that the reason why Aristarchus made such a detailed analysis of the whereabouts of a Macedonian prince was because he had some bad conjectures about the way he had asked the intelligence department to closely monitor this little Macedonian prince who had nothing to do with the kingdom of Dionia. In 369 BC, 25 years of the kingdom of Dionia, when the Dionysian army conquered Thessaly and established the new Hellenic Union, King Amyntas of Thessaly's northern neighbor, King Alexander of Macedonia, died of illness. His young eldest son, Alexander, succeeded to the throne. Soon after, a noble general in northern Macedonia launched a rebellion and occupied the area near Chalcidice. Alexander sent troops to quell the rebellion but suffered a defeat. The rebel army marched south and headed straight for the royal palace, Aegae. The situation was so critical that King Alexander had to send a messenger to Athens for help. Macedonia and Sparta used to be allies. Alexander should have asked for help from Sparta, but he heard that Sparta was now under the control of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, and there were rumors in Macedonia that the king of Dionia had killed his father. The people were in a panic, and the young Macedonian king was also afraid. He had no choice but to ask for help from Iphicrates of Athens, because this famous general of Athens had a close relationship with Macedonia, and the former king Amyntas of Macedonia was his adoptive father. After Iphicrates received the request for help, he indeed made a suggestion to the General Executive Council of Athens. However, Callistratus reminded everyone that although the newly established New Greek alliance did not restrict its members from using troops against other countries, if Athens sent troops to Macedonia, which was adjacent to Thessaly, it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of Dionia. Therefore, it was best to get the permission of Dionia. Although everyone was unwilling, they finally agreed to Callistratus' suggestion and sent a messenger to the Council of New Greek Alliance in Thurii. When the Devers received the news, they immediately ordered the troops stationed in Thessaly to rescue the Macedonian royal family and repel the rebel army. However, during the time when the messenger went back and forth, the Macedonian rebel army broke through the city of Aegae, and King Alexander died in battle. The queen, together with the king's two younger brothers, Paticus and Phili, fled to the south of the Gulf of Terma. The governor of Thessaly, Helos, sent a messenger to the queen of Macedonia to convey the goodwill of the king of Dionia towards Macedonia. The queen of Macedonia finally let down her guard and asked for help from Dionia, and was willing to let Macedonia join the new Greek alliance. However, the messenger of Dionia tactfully said that if Macedonia wanted to join the new Greek alliance, it had to obtain the consent of more than half of the city-states in the Greek alliance, which would take a lot of time. However, if Macedonia only formed an alliance with Dionia, just like the alliance with Sparta in the past, then the alliance could be signed immediately, and the Dionysian army in Thessaly could immediately send troops. The Queen of Macedonia had no choice but to agree to the messenger's request and sign an alliance with Dionia, acknowledging Dionia as her master. The border legions in Thessaly were immediately ordered to go north and defeat the rebel army near the city of Pera. After a series of pursuit, they finally captured and killed the Macedonian general who started the rebellion and recaptured the towns that they had occupied. With the full support of Dionia, the Amyntas family regained their royal power, and Alexander's second brother, Perdiccas, became the king of Macedonia. Throughout the process of putting down the rebellion, the queen of Alexander and the new king saw the strength of Dionia and associated it with the enmity between the king of Dionia and Macedonia. So after a discussion, they decided to send their third brother, Philip, to Thurii as a hostage to show the loyalty of Macedonia to Dionia. When the Devers learned of this news, they very clearly expressed their rejection, and personally wrote a letter to comfort Perdiccas, saying, As long as Macedonia remains loyal to Dionia, then Dionia will always guarantee the long-term stability of the Amyntas family in Macedonia, so there is no need for any hostage to maintain the friendship between the two countries. After reading the letter, Perdiccas was very touched, but he would never know that the main reason why the Devers did not accept the fact that Macedonia sent Philip to Thurii as a hostage was because he had some understanding of the history of the rise of Macedonia in his previous life. In his previous life, at this time, Athens and the Thebes had interfered with the political situation of Macedonia, and in the end, Macedonia surrendered to the more powerful Thebes. In order to ensure the loyalty of Macedonia, the Thebes forcibly took the Prince Philip as a hostage. It was said that after Philip arrived at the Thebes, he entered the military school established by Epaminondas to study, and he heard and witnessed the military reform carried out by Epaminondas in the Thebes, as well as the implementation of various resolutions in the process of the formation and integration of the Thebes led by Peropidas in the process of the formation and integration of the Piotia alliance. A few years later, because of the civil strife in Macedonia, this young man in his 20s returned to his homeland and usurped his nephew's throne. He used the knowledge he had learned in the Thebes to create a powerful new army. Not only did he achieve the unification of Macedonia, but he also made it stronger. After that, his son, Alexander, destroyed the Thebes who had once given Philip political and military enlightenment. The Devers were prepared for a rainy day. Of course, they would not give the talented Philip such an opportunity. As for the loyalty of Macedonia, it was not in the Devers' consideration at all. He even hoped that Macedonia would betray the alliance. In this way, after a few years of reorganization and integration with the Thessaly, Dionia could seize the opportunity to destroy Macedonia and expand its territory in Greece. This would also strengthen the kingdom's power in Greece. This Prince Philip is really worrisome. At this moment, the Devers said cautiously, regardless of whether the Macedonian emissary group wants to reveal his identity, since he is here to watch the sports competition, he is an important guest of Dionia. We must ensure his safety. Aristyra stole a glance at the Devers and felt that his previous guess seemed to be wrong. He immediately said seriously, "Yes, Your Majesty, we will do our best to ensure Philip's safety." Chapter 1254. By the way, what has Ptolemy, the regent of Macedonia, who married the widow of Amyntas, stepmother of Alexander, Perdiccas, and Philip, done recently? Your Majesty, I was about to report to you. Our spies in Ager have discovered that in the past 6 months, there have been merchants from Asia Minor entering and exiting Ptolemy's mansion from time to time. Merchants from Asia Minor. Devers pondered and asked, "Are you saying that Ptolemy may have colluded with Persia?" Aristyras said cautiously, "In order to avoid alerting Ptolemy, the intelligence department did not further investigate the merchant from Asia Minor. However, the relationship between Perdiccas and Ptolemy has been very tense during this period. Perdiccas has publicly accused Ptolemy of taking too much power and wanting to be king, and Ptolemy has also publicly retorted, 'Perdiccas is childish, and his rewards and punishments are unfair.' If it were not for his supervision, Macedonia would be in a mess. It is reported that when Philip sneaked to Thurii, Perdiccas once suspected that his brother was being held hostage by Ptolemy, and even sent his guards to inquire. I think if it were not for the protection of Dionia, the powerful Ptolemy might have rebelled. You are right. A few years ago, after our army helped Macedonia to quell the rebels, the intelligence department found evidence of Ptolemy's collusion with the rebels. This shows that he has long been ambitious for the throne of Macedonia, but he has been holding back because he is afraid of us. Now he dares to have a conflict with Perdiccas, and is no longer afraid of us, Dionia. Who gave him the courage? It can only be Persia. Devers said with certainty, and then reminded again, but your intelligence department only needs to send someone to monitor him, and you don't have to worry about anything else. As Devers said this, he was thinking in his heart, Wouldn't it be great if we could solve the kingdom's only strong enemy and potential danger at the same time? Yes. After Aristyras responded, he still had no intention of leaving. Devers could not help but ask, "Is there anything else?" Aristyras hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Your Majesty, I have a request." Devers was curious. The usually cautious intelligence chief rarely made requests of him. "Your Majesty, I've never left Turii ever since I served you. This time, I hope that I can follow you on the expedition to Persia," Aristyras said earnestly. Devers looked at him and was silent for a moment. He didn't know if Aristyras's main purpose in making this request was to resign from his position as Director of Intelligence, especially since Devers had just rejected his resignation. "Your Majesty, this is just a little selfish of mine. If I can follow you and share some of the glory of conquering Persia, the powerful eastern country, I can proudly tell my descendants when they ask me about it in the future. And if I go to Persia, it will be more convenient and faster to mobilize the personnel of the intelligence department, spy on Persia, and disrupt the domestic order." Aristyras said earnestly again, "You don't have to worry about the safety of the country. In fact, for the past 6 months, I have basically not cared about the specific affairs of the intelligence department. The specific affairs of the intelligence department have been specifically handled by Deputy Director Tratus, and with the full assistance of Secretary Maximus, the work efficiency of the intelligence department will only be stronger than before." Devers looked at him and suddenly laughed. "Good Aristyras, it's rare to see you speak so much from the bottom of your heart. In order to go out and relax, you don't hesitate to belittle yourself. You've already done this, how can I not agree? But during this period of time, you have to arrange the affairs of the intelligence department. Oh, and when the expedition to Persia is announced to the people, you have to admit to Asuna that it was you who wanted to go, not me, haha." Looking at Aristyras's back as he left, Devers was deep in thought. It seemed that Aristyras had seen through his intention to replace the old minister and pave the way for Clodocatax. "If I agree to let him go to Persia, then the important positions of the kingdom have basically been taken over by the young and strong ministers. Oh, there's also Sidorum, who has been reluctant to go. It seems that I have to find the right person to wake him up at the right time. Perhaps because most of the residents of Crete were immigrants from Laconia, the political system of the city-states of Crete was somewhat similar to that of Sparta. For example, they all had the Council of Elders, the Assembly of Citizens, and the censor system. The boys of the city-states of Crete had to receive education, mainly military training, from an early age of course. Due to Crete's narrow terrain and lack of resources, it was unable to unify Laconia like Sparta. Although the city-states had established an alliance, they still maintained their independence. Therefore, they did not have enough financial and material resources to develop heavy infantry. Instead, they focused on training archers according to the actual situation of the island. Read Web 5 years ago, after the Greek War broke out and Sparta was conquered by Dionia, the city-states of Crete were shocked. A few months later, when a large fleet of Dionia sailed around the coast of Crete, the Council of Elders of the city-states of Crete quickly made a decision: join the new Greek Union and surrender to Dionia. After the establishment of the new Greek Union, peace and tranquility were finally restored in Greece in the past few years. The citizens of Crete were no longer recruited by the city-states to be involved in the war in Greece. Many of the citizens of Crete were grateful to Dionia. The year before last, the king of Dionia announced to the public that a grand sports event was going to be held, and invitations were sent to the city-states and countries in the Mediterranean Sea. When the city-states of Crete received the invitation letter, the Cretans were surprised to find that archery was one of the events listed in the letter. In the past, the Cretans also participated in the sports held in Greece, but it was mostly the children of the nobles who participated. This was because their wealthy families could provide enough money for them to receive professional training in public fitness centers. The standard of the commoners was obviously far inferior to them. However, this time was different. Archery was a skill that the Cretans were good at. Since Dionia only gave a total of 5 archery spots to the city-states of Crete, the Crete Union held a grand archery competition. In the end, 5 of the best players were selected. Together with the players who participated in other events, they formed the Cretan team. In early June, they took a ship to Thurii. As this time, some new rules would be implemented, and they needed to adapt to them first. Megachides, a 20-year-old young man from the city of Heraklion, Crete, won the championship of the archery competition. The people of Crete had high expectations of him, and he was full of confidence. However, when he arrived in Thurii and began to adapt to the venue, he discovered that the target used in the archery competition of the Dionia Games was not a human head target, but a novel circular target. The target was painted with 5 concentric circles, and the closer the arrow was to the center of the target, the higher the score. This required the players who wanted to win the championship to further improve the accuracy of their archery. When he first started practicing, Megachides' score was not high, and he was a little nervous. However, after 20 days of continuous practice, he began to adapt. At this moment, he took an arrow from his quiver and put it on the bowstring. He hooked the bowstring with 2 fingers of his right hand and slowly pulled back. At the same time, his left hand held the bow straight and slowly raised it. His eyes were fixed on the target 50 meters in front of him. When the bowstring was half full, his arm was motionless, and his breathing was steady. He unconsciously released his fingers, and the arrow flew out. 9 rings. The target reporting officer shouted in front of him. Megachides shook his head slightly with dissatisfaction, and his left hand rubbed his sore right arm. This time, I got a total of 26 rings with 3 arrows. After 4 rounds of shooting, it's already very good to be able to achieve such a training result. After listening to the target reporting officer's praise, Megachides did not feel happy. He unconsciously turned his head to look at the players who were seriously training on the other target. Originally, he participated in the games with the mentality of winning. As a result, during these days of practice, he learned that many of the players who participated in the archery event were very good at archery, and most of them came from various regions of Dionia. As far as he knew, these Dionia players also participated in military training since childhood. Teenagers who performed well in archery would have special teachers to help them strengthen their training in this area. When they reached adulthood, the military camps in various regions of Dionia would conduct an archery test for them. Those who performed the best would be selected into the light infantry brigade, and the weaker ones would become members of the reserve team. Then, they would still go through military training year after year, day after day. Sometimes, they would follow the legion to the battlefield and participate in the battle. He once asked a player from the East Sicilian region of Dionia, and the player told him that the East Sicilian region had held an archery tryout 2 months ago. As there was no age limit for the archery competition, the number of participants exceeded 5,000. The whole tryout lasted for 10 days, and in the end, 3 players were selected after extra rounds. Each region of Dionia only had 3 places for archery. The number of people who participated in the archery tryout in one region of Dionia exceeded that of Crete, and there were dozens of regions in Dionia. The players selected from such a large number of people were naturally outstanding. Their performance on the training ground really made Megachides feel pressured. "One more round," he said in a deep voice. Chapter 12:55. Although he was young, he had a firm mind, and was not someone who could be easily persuaded. However, at this moment, he was a little hesitant. At this time, a shout came from behind him. "Megachides, we should go back." It was the official of the Crete delegation, the leader of their archery team. Speaking of which, it was interesting. In the past, in the various games held in Greece, the participants basically went to the venue on their own. Very few city-states organized teams to participate. But this time, When Dionia sent out the invitation, it requested in the letter that each participating city-state and region must have an official to lead the athletes to form a delegation and participate as a group. At the same time, Dionia would also make a medal table based on the number of awards won by each region and city-state delegation, which would be posted at the entrance and exit of each arena. At the end of the games, Dionia would give generous rewards to the top 3 regions and city-states with the total number of medals. This was not just a matter of money, but also involved the honor of the city-state and region. Therefore, the enthusiasm of the Crete city-state officials to participate in the games was greatly aroused. These Crete nobles, who had never cared much about the affairs of Greece, signed up to join the delegation and go to Turin. Due to the large number of people signing up, a running competition was held to select the leading officials. The person who made this suggestion had a good reason. The Crete officials who would lead the team to Turin were the role models of the athletes, and of course, they had to be in good physical condition. These selected officials could not perform their duties well at first. They only cared about themselves and did not take care of the athletes' daily food and daily life. When they arrived at the training ground, they even participated in the training themselves. Sometimes, they even had conflicts with the athlete. However, whether it was the training ground or the athlete's hotel, athletes and officials from other regions and city-states could be seen everywhere. Under the pressure, the Crete officials gradually completed their identity change and began to devote themselves to serving the athlete. The leader who was shouting was also from Megakides' home country. As a noble, he didn't pay much attention to Megakides, who was born as a commoner. But now, he was willing to help Megakides and the other Crete archers on the training ground. This was already a very big change. Of course, Megakides would not be ungrateful. He returned the bow to the target reporting officer with some reluctance. According to the rules of the sports meeting, for the sake of fairness, the sports meeting would provide bows and arrows during the competition, which was the set they used in training. The quality of the bows and arrows was obviously much better than Mecha's own bows and arrows. The more he used them, the more comfortable he was, and he wished he could take a set home. But he knew that a bow of high quality and exquisite workmanship like this was definitely not cheap. It was not something he could afford unless he could win the championship and obtain the generous prize. May the Hades bless you and let you get a good ranking in the competition. The target reporting officer smiled and expressed his blessing to him. Thank you. Megakides' heart warmed. Since he arrived in Turin, the Dionia people he met were friendly to him, which made him feel very close to them. He even had a good impression of the patron saint of the kingdom of Dionia, Hades. So he replied, "May the Hades bless you for a lifetime of peace." When he returned to the Crete team, the leader, Flax, said impatiently, "We have to hurry back to the hotel. I just heard from the management here that the Turin City Hall will implement a curfew in the entire city from this evening to ensure a smooth start of tomorrow's sports meeting. To avoid trouble, we have to hurry back to the hotel." Under his urging, the Crete athletes quickly packed their bags, left the archery range, and hurried east. Although the archery range was newly built to host the archery competition of this sports meeting, it did not cost as much money and time as the swimming pool and the racetrack. Because archery was an open-air competition, they only needed to build a wall around the archery range and place long wooden benches behind the athletes for the audience to sit and watch. It was built in the west of Turin, next to the Turin barracks. It was a bit remote from the city, but the roads nearby were bustling with traffic every day. Many people often entered the archery range to watch the training. But when the Crete archery team set foot on the road back, they clearly felt that there were fewer pedestrians on the road, and after entering the outer city, they frequently encountered patrols, which delayed them a lot of time. When they returned to the athletes' hotel, the sky was already dark, and the hotel lobby was lit with candles. Megakides, who was already sweating profusely, did not go to dinner immediately. Instead, they went to the hotel's bathing area. The athletes' hotel in the western outer city was built next to the La Mara-Savone Arena. It was composed of a total of 4 large 6-story buildings, and in the middle of these buildings was the bathing area. When they first checked in and entered the bathing area for the first time, they were confused by the tedious procedures, but now they had completely adapted to it and enjoyed it. When Megakides came out of the bathing area, he felt refreshed and tired. Even the soreness in his arms had disappeared without a trace. If only there was such a bathing place in Heraklion. Such a thought came to Megakide's mind, but then he thought about it again. If that was the case, there must be a lot of people going to bathe there, and the cost would not be low. It would not be free like here. Sigh, the people of Dionia are so lucky. His envy lasted until they entered the restaurant. There was a row of tables neatly placed on one side of the restaurant. On each table was a large, wide-mouthed clay pot filled with steaming food. Stewed chicken, egg soup, roasted beef, fried fish, roasted lamb leg, haggis soup, honey bread, sweet oatmeal. There were even wine, beer, and fruit juice. Every day, the hotel's dinner was so rich and delicious, and they could eat and drink at will without any restrictions. When the dishes in the clay pot were finished, the waiters in the restaurant would add more at any time. Many civilian contestants like Megakides had never enjoyed such food and such treatment in their lives. When they walked into the restaurant for the first time and heard the waiter say that they could eat and drink at will for free, they thought they had heard wrong. It was not until they confirmed that it was true that some people began to eat and drink like crazy. As a result, their stomachs were bloated, and they had to urgently call a doctor for treatment. Some contestants had guessed that this was a welcome banquet, so it was so special, and they would not be so generous in the future. Who knew that every breakfast and dinner after that was the same? The athletes' restaurant did not provide lunch, but the athletes were allowed to take some breakfast out of the restaurant for lunch during training, which shocked all the contestants. They almost suspected that they had come to the Elysium that the people of Dionia often mentioned. Dionia is so powerful and rich. It must be a blessing to be a citizen of this kingdom. It's so lucky to be able to participate in this sports meeting. After seeing the prosperity of the giant city of Turin and enjoying the various benefits that Turin provided to the athletes recalled the bitterness they had experienced when they participated in other sports meetings and felt that the Dionia Games were more valuable, especially when they learned from the waiters in the athletes' hotel that the Turin City Hall did not deliberately do this to please them. In fact, the athletes who came to Turin to participate in the rugby and football finals every year also enjoyed the same treatment, so they were more certain that Dionia was a paradise for athletes. Before the sports meeting was held, Dionia had captured the hearts of almost all the athletes. Everything that Turin had done was worth it, because it had achieved one of the purposes of the Devers hosting of the sports meeting. Athletes continued to enter the restaurant, and when Megakides came back with a wooden plate filled with the food he wanted to eat, the restaurant was almost full. "Here, Megakides!" Someone waved to him. Megakides hurried over and said, "Sirathouse, you're back early." Sirathouse was also a young nobleman from the city of Heraklion in Crete. He had signed up to participate in the running competition of the sports meeting. After more than 20 days of getting along, the two of them, who came from the same city, had become friends. "I didn't train much today. I just wore the shorts they provided. I tried to run a few times and it felt okay. The starting, arm swinging, striding, and sprinting were not affected." As soon as Sirathouse finished speaking, another runner next to him immediately complained, "I feel very affected. When I run, the fabric rubs against my thighs, and it's very uncomfortable. The sports meeting has always been naked, but Dionia insisted on changing the tradition and making everyone wear this thing. This is blasphemy to the gods." Sirathouse glanced at him and said, "Since you are not satisfied with this sports meeting, you can withdraw from the competition." The runner said, "The competition starts tomorrow. It's not good to withdraw at this time." Come on, I think you are just reluctant to give up the free food and comfortable service here. Sirathais saw through his thoughts and said half jokingly and half seriously, Dionia is now the overlord of the entire Greek world, much more powerful than Sparta in the past. Even Olympia and Delphi have no choice but to submit to it. Not to mention wearing shorts, I don't think any city-state would dare to openly oppose it even if they asked everyone to wear Bolton's attire during the competition. And, think about it, Dionia allows women to watch the competition. It is said that the princess and princess of Dionia will be sitting in the audience during the competition ceremony tomorrow, so it is understandable that they want us to compete in shorts. Chapter 1256. I think you are hoping to be chosen by a Dionia princess so that you can become the son-in-law of the king of Dionia. His teammates snorted with dissatisfaction. Not only did Sirathous not refute, but he also whispered seriously, Unfortunately, according to the news I heard, several princesses of the royal family of Dionia have already been married. There is no chance. However, it would be good if you could be chosen by the daughter of a minister of Dionia. I say you should also work hard and try to stay in the kingdom of Dionia. Although women were forbidden to watch the Greek games in the past, anecdotes of choosing husbands through the games still happened occasionally, and it became a popular story. For example, the former tyrant of the Athens Games, Pisistratus, once asked his daughter to disguise herself and enter the games to choose an ideal husband. Sirathous was handsome, tall and well-proportioned, and it was indeed very likely that he would be favored by the women of Dionia. The people next to him were also a little tempted and fell into a fantasy for a while. It seems that you are ready to perform well in tomorrow's race. Megachides put the plate on the table and sat opposite Sirathous. Of course I will perform well, but I am not sure if I can advance to the next round. Sirathous said these words in frustration, but his expression was very calm. I have been observing in the training room these few days. The athletes sent by Athens Games, Thebes, Corinth, and Elis are very strong this time. Fortunately, this time Dionia has completely changed the way of the games, and everyone is not used to it. I still have a little chance. And even if I am eliminated in the 100m race, I still have the 200m and 400m races. If I show my face in the field a few more times, the chances of being chosen by the ladies of Dionia will be much higher. Megachides was a little dissatisfied with Sirathous' attitude of not trying his best to win, but focusing on how to win the hearts of the ladies of Dionia. However, Sirathous was a noble after all, and he did not dare to criticize him, so he just buried his head in eating. I heard from the management of the stadium that Dionia will hold a grand ceremony tomorrow. It will be completely different from the previous opening ceremonies. I really want to see it as soon as possible. Sirathous' exclamation stunned Megachides. Yes, Dionia can provide such comfortable accommodation and sumptuous food for the athletes. What kind of surprise will it bring to all the athletes and the city-state representatives at tomorrow's ceremony? Megachides was also full of hope. The Hades Arena was the first arena built by Dionia. It was located in the center of the inner city of Thurii and was the venue for the final of the kingdom's rugby and football finals every year. To meet the growing demand of spectators, it had undergone several large-scale renovations and expansions, the most recent of which happened 2 years after the King of Devers announced the holding of the Games. Now, its architectural structure and appearance were very different from when it was first built decades ago. The entire arena was almost a huge circle, with a height of about 42 meters and an area of more than 15,000 square meters. It could usually accommodate nearly 60,000 spectators. It was not only a sacred place in the eyes of the athletes and fans, but also one of the architectural wonders of the Thurii region. In the early morning of July 2, 365 BC, the 29th year of the Kingdom of Dionia, a bustling crowd gathered from all directions to the Hades Arena. At the same time, 69 entrances to the Hades Arena opened at the same time. Only one entrance was temporarily closed, and that was the passage for the members of the royal family. Ticket inspectors and patrols were in place. Even the Turiai City Hall had applied to the Ministry of Military Affairs for the transfer of 4 reserve brigades from the Turiai barracks to help maintain order outside the arena. Under the guidance of volunteers and guides, tens of thousands of spectators turned into a trickle and went to every entrance. Many spectators from all over Greece handed the tickets in their hands to the ticket checkers nervously. In the past, they never had to pay to watch the games held in Greece. This was the first time they had to buy tickets. They were both curious and nervous. Would such a strange piece of paper work? But for the spectators of Dionia, buying tickets to watch the games was a natural thing. They had been doing this for decades. Every year, Turiai and other regions of the kingdom depended on the ticket money alone to bring a lot of income to the city hall. The tickets this time were made with a thick, fine, blue paper newly developed by the Kristoia Chamber of Commerce. It was almost impossible for anyone to forge the ticket. It took dozens of scribes of the Chamber of Commerce nearly a month just to write down the game, venue, date, and seat number on all the tickets. The ticket inspector mainly checked the authenticity of the tickets and whether the information on the tickets had been altered. After everything was confirmed, he would invite the spectators to enter the arena with a smile. After the spectators passed through the entrance, they had to go to the designated floor on the ticket, and then hand the ticket inspector at the entrance of the floor again before they could enter the auditorium. There were 4 floors in the Hades arena, and the price of each floor was different. The first floor was mainly provided for the elders, ministers, VIPs, and citizens and heroes who had made outstanding contributions to the kingdom. There were no seats on the 4th floor, and it was the cheapest. Why is it so troublesome to enter the auditorium? Iphicrates found his seat according to the seat number on the ticket. As soon as he sat down, he began to complain. I thought the people of Athens were very calculative, but I didn't expect the people of Dionia to be even more stingy than us. I've never heard of charging fees to watch the games. Callistratus, who sat next to him, said a few words of justice for Dionia. It's understandable. They provide free accommodation and food to all the emissary delegations and athletes. It costs a lot of money, so it's understandable that they want to earn some money by selling tickets. I've asked the ticket inspector when I entered the arena, and the price of the tickets is not high. The cheapest one is only 3 drachmas, and the most expensive one is only 10 drachmas. The tickets for the emissary delegations are given by the City Hall of Turiai, so there's no need to pay. Even the poor should be able to afford it. It's cheap, but look at how many people can sit here. After this game, Dionia can earn at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of drachmas, and how many games do they have to hold in the entire Olympic Games? Dionia can earn a huge fortune just by hosting the games. Iphicrates counted with his fingers, estimating the income of Dionia's games. Why are you tempted? Callistratus said jokingly. Do you want to suggest in the council to learn from Dionia and start charging fees in the future Athens Games? Iphicrates thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said, I'm afraid that won't work. Let's not talk about the fact that the Athens Games don't have a tradition of charging fees, and the people won't be able to accept it. Not to mention that our arena is open to the public, and it's difficult to restrict people from entering and leaving. If we want to build such a huge and complicated arena in Athens, the funds and manpower alone are already unbearable, not to mention the construction technology it requires is probably something we don't have now. Callistratus scanned the entire venue with a cautious gaze and finally sighed, even if we build such an arena, the number of spectators it can accommodate far exceeds the number of citizens in Athens. The number of citizens in Athens is generally maintained at 4,000 to 5,000, and I'm afraid it'll take a long time to earn back the profits. Therefore, such a huge building, such a charging method, only a big country with a strong national power and a huge population like Dionia can implement it. Iphicrates was silent. He was previously dissatisfied with Dionia. As the adopted son of the former king of Macedonia, Amyntas, he wanted to lead troops to help during the Macedonian rebellion 4 years ago. However, he was dissuaded by the General Executive Committee of Athens, and had no choice but to seek help from the leader of the Greek alliance, Dionia. In the end, when Dionia sent troops, his sworn brother, Alexander, had already died in battle. Moreover, after Dionia quelled the rebellion, they did not allow Macedonia to join the Greek alliance. Instead, they formed an alliance with Macedonia alone. Iphicrates believed that the people of Dionia had selfish motive. Neither he nor Callistratus had been to Thurii before. This time, as a member of the emissary delegation from Athens, they had truly witnessed the power and prosperity of Dionia, which was far from what Athens could compare to. Some of the thoughts hidden in their hearts had basically been dispelled. At this moment, he still said with some dissatisfaction, the key still depends on whether Dionia can organize the sports meeting well. Otherwise, no matter how good the arena is, it's useless. Callistratus more or less understood the mentality of his colleague. For a period of time after the end of the Greek War, he was also dissatisfied. However, as Dionia's position as the hegemon of Greece became more and more stable, more and more Ionian city-states, islands in the Aegean Sea, joined the Greek alliance, and Athens's path of expansion from the sea had been blocked. Due to the alliance with Dionia, Athens's trade channels had been greatly expanded. The domestic market was more prosperous, and the commercial taxes had increased significantly. The treasury was also richer, and the citizens were enjoying the peace and comfort. The situation had changed, and Callistratus had also given up on the idea of going against Dionia. He did not continue on this topic. Instead, he pointed to the side and said in surprise, "Look, Agesilaus is here too. I thought he would not participate in this sports meeting."